pig stuff in Africa is so insane. Is so insane.
Funko, Funko, oh, 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 Funko. Funko, oh, oh, oh. I got married to a Funko Pop. Oh. We got wedded, conjoined in a Subway shop. Oh. I am married to my Funko Pop. Whoa. We got joined, coitus in a Subway shop. Whoa. Vitamins and biscuits and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on a tube. I'm married to a Funko Pop. We got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. Vitamins and minerals, they come from me through this here tube. Funko, I got married to my Funko Pop. We got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Whoa. Love at first sight, love at first sight. What shall I do with love at first sight? Put it in my hand, throw it on the ground. Who knows? Just what will I do?
We got wedded, conjoined in a Subway shop. Whoa.
Guinea pig stuff in Africa is so insane. The human guinea pig stuff in Africa is so insane. so insane.
Enjoy my little boy haircut. I got a badass little boy haircut. This little badass little boy right here whip your ass, boy. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another open discussion. Today it's a little different. Not a lot different, just a little different. We usually specify religious topics. And then it turns into a Spurgatron nerdological debate for the next 17 hours straight. Today we're going to make it a little more broad. I know we have a lot of nerds in the audience ready to go, want to talk about theological stuff. That's fine. If you want to chat about that, you can. But I want to broaden it up. Let's talk about some other stuff. We don't have to always talk about theology every time. I would say we put in our hours for theological topics, don't you think so? I think so. I mean, we've done literally probably 54 or 5 hour live streams where we open it up, and it's always the same questions. It's always about, you know what they are. I got to figure out some way to just index and have like an easy, accessible FAQ. That's kind of why I started the Clips channel, was to just have like a easy, okay, here's the 10-minute video on that. So now can we move on? Can we talk about other stuff? Anyway, so huge shout out today. Kind of blew me away. Wow. Listen, Sam Tripley is a really awesome dude. He really is. He's always been super supportive, super nice, super professional, super friendly. He really is legitimately a super stand-up dude. So all the haters out there, I don't understand why people I mean, everybody has haters, but everybody has like their little crew of haters. Listen, if you're a hater, Sam Tripley is a really good dude. And I didn't know he was going to do it, but of course his Rogan just dropped. Joe Rogan Experience number 2218 with Tripoli. It's only been up like 3 hours. I'm looking forward to listening to it. Haven't heard it yet. But hey, we got a huge shout out from Sam. The last time I was on with Sam a couple weeks ago, we did a really deep dive on British intelligence. And we went into some of the history of British intelligence operations, Middle East, carving out the Middle East, all that stuff, Sykes-Picot. And I didn't expect it, but I was happy to hear Sam was on Rogan. And then this just dropped like 3 hours ago, and people are like, hey, Sam shouted you out. So I'll just play this brief clip here.
The not taking it if somebody doesn't want it is like a new thing, right? Like way back in the
Consent.
day. Yeah, consent is a brand new westernized thing.
news.
It's like sarcasm and consent are just westernized things that most people don't understand.
Yeah.
And then back in the day, it was just like savagery, dude.
Savagery, full-on savagery.
And you're never going to get these, like, I just had this guy on my show, his name's Jay Dyer, and he came on, he was talking about how basically British intelligence made all the borders of the Middle East. Like, they just created borders. Like, these borders that we see, is this Saudi Arabia, this is that. Those were made up by British intelligence. They just basically went in based on tribes. They said, okay, here. Because most of these people are just tribes. Like, if you study, like, the history of Saudi Arabia, it is so nuts. It is so crazy. Because basically they were just nomads. And they discovered oil there. So the banking cabal comes in and goes, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to set up an apparatus to extract this. And they just have to have all these terms. Made it up. If you dude, I don't want to go too super deep, but it is. If you read this, you go, holy shit. Like, people, you've had guests on here talking about how the British Empire didn't really end. That is the most true shit ever.
There you go. Hey, cool shout out. Maybe Joe Rogan will say, hey, who's that dude? I should talk to him. We'll see. We'll see. Now, remember, tomorrow is our comedy event. We will be live with a bunch of other goofballs and professional funny people who are funny people for a profession. They make money being funny money. So get your tickets at the top of my Twitter. I think it's still at the top there. If you're in the Florida area, you want to come on out to tomorrow's event. I think it's all day long. But I will be there for my section in the evening. So tomorrow is the Revenge of Cyst. I didn't mean to do that. They're why are you trying to attack them? Not the Revenge of the Cyst. Revenge of the Sizz is tomorrow. Tower Gang, and then my cringe core, and then stand-up comedy from Leonardo and others. I'm not sure who Mark Random is. Let me see. We're going to open up here in a second. We got a bunch of people, so don't worry. Don't worry. We'll get to you in just a second. Let's see who is Mark Random. His name is just like so random. His joke is just like super random. Let's see. Whoa. Is that him? That's like a metal dude. Let's see.
I was talking to this person, a kid who was trans, and he said, I'm trans. And then I said, well, can I be trans? And it's like, I want to understand, I want to sympathize. And then he says, no, you don't get it. And I said, well, how do you know you're trans? He goes, no, you don't get it. And I thought, is trans just rainbow goth? Seriously.
Now, I will not be doing traditional stand-up. I will be doing what's called cringecore music performance live. This will be my third live performance of various cringecore songs, whichever ones I feel inspired to perform. It's very much a karaoke style performance, but with all of the pizzazz that you expect, all the sass that you expect from me. I will deliver the sass live. I will serve it up on a damn sass platter. Slinging sass over here. Now, other good news, because they have a guest for today's show. Lord Voldemort said, would you like to host Thursday? I said, yes. Guess what? Another banger. Almost 13 million. So last week's Friday was a 33 million view show. This week's, or yesterday's show was a 12.4 million views. So it seems like when there's not throttling, we're just killing it over there on X. So that's good news. Now, if only I could somehow get the followers from, it's like I get good growth, over here. So we're getting hundreds and hundreds and thousands of followers, but it just seems like if 13 million people watch the Thursday show, it seems like I should get more followers out of that. I don't know. Maybe people are clicking in and leaving. I don't know how it tabulates on Twitter or how that works. But hey, big week. Glad to hear that. Good news. Shout out on Rogan from Sam Tripley. Guys, be sure and go check out Sam's Not Just Tinfoil Hat podcast, which is a great podcast, which I've been a guest on there probably 8-10 times. I mean, me and Isaac Weishaupt are, I think, the top two guests on Tinfoil Hat with Sam Tripley. And Tripley was so nice that, when we went to LA for our last event, he's like, dude, come with me, dude, let's go. I had no idea where we're going. I'm like, is he going to take me to a damn trap house, to a drug den? Where is he taking us? Is he taking us to the Armenian mafia? Are they going to fit us with tight-fitting tracksuits and make us eat? I don't know what Armenians eat. Baklava, is that Turkish? I don't know. Whatever Armenian foods, bizarre Armenian foods served on plastic Tupperware dish. I don't know what they eat in Armenia, but no, he in fact took us to the Jimmy Dore event and took us backstage, and we got to hang out with Rob Schneider, and Jimmy Dore. So that was all just Tripoli being a super awesome guest, hosting us, hooking us up. It took us to the Comedy Store and gave us a tour of the Comedy Store. And then we got to go and hang out and watch. He did some improv and some crowd work on the spot to a crew of about, I'd say, 30 weird Canadians, and killed it. And the Canadians were just sitting there acting weird because Canadians are just freaking weird. Meanwhile, Tripley's over there like, I'm dying laughing. Like, he's just busting out like Canada jokes nonstop. And the Canadians are all like, I don't know, woke and scared. Oh, are we supposed to laugh? I don't know. Can we laugh at that? Eh? Oh, I don't know. Is that a racism if we laugh at it? I don't know, eh? We gotta go ask Justin Trudeau. Ask Justin Trudeau. Is that racist or not? I don't know. What's that all about? What's this same Tripley guy all about? I watched another clip of Tripoli too, where he was doing the same room. Because Comedy Store is a really neat place. It has like 3 or 4 different rooms. And he was working another room, and it looked like all the same weirdo Canadian crew. And he was killing it, like just on the cuff, just riffing on all these weirdos. And none of them were laughing except the dude in the front. I'm like, this is legitimately really funny stuff. Like, I don't know, like, but is it Canadians? Is it just everyone left in Los Angeles is a complete weirdo and they don't know anything? I mean, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, we're going to open it up. What's that all about? Don't you know? Eh? What's that all about? Don't you know, eh? Yes, we will be doing, several people have said, are you going to review Peterson Dawkins? Some of the content over the years which people have really enjoyed over here on YouTube. In fact, some of you came across my stuff from those debate reviews. If I recall, we did all of the big debates I could find. Like we did Peterson and Matt Dillamonkey. You climbed up in that tree. We did Peterson and everybody else, right? We did John Lennox and all those atheist debates. So I did all the ones I could find. Well, there's a new one. So Peterson just had a sit-down 2-hour debate / discussion with
Dickie Dawkins, Richard Dawkins. I want cultural Christianity, but none of the theology. Throw the theology out. Give me the warm cookies and the apple cider.
Everybody likes my Richard Dawkins impression. Anyway, it's just being silly, being ridiculous. Calm down. Calm down, please. Chill out, man. Just being silly. We already got 10 people in line. The topics are pretty open today. Just keep it within the TOS, because I'm just going to immediately boot you if you don't. So the topics are, yes, if you want to talk about theology, if you want to talk about the classic open forum debate stuff, you can. Feel free to. It doesn't have to be a debate. It can be Q&A today if you want. But I also want to broaden it just to cover some other topics. Let's talk about, I don't know, conspiracy stuff, geopolitics. The last 4th hours, I focused pretty heavily on some pretty intense geopolitical stuff. So we could go into that if you want. History of British intelligence, intelligence operations, that kind of stuff. Movies, film symbolism. We've been killing it, knocking out all these weird esoteric movies lately. So that's all fresh on my mind. You guys want to talk about occult symbolism in Hollywood film, pop music. We talked about Tripoli and comedy and all that. And, of course, we have our event tomorrow night. Summerfield, Florida. Get your tickets over at Bohemian Grove. The link is in the show description. It is the last day for tickets, so tomorrow is the main event. And we're going to have a lot of fun over there tomorrow night. And, yes, I will have books. I'll be selling books at the event. And then don't forget, we have our Icon Conference coming up in November. The link is also in the show description. Me, Father Deacon Ananias, Father Vladimir, Father Theodore. We will all be... What the heck? Well, so somebody is ringing my doorbell, which is odd. So let's play you a little music. So content yourselves with a bit of tunes while I go see who is ringing my doorbell. Ring my bell, ring my bell.
Got married to a Funko Pop. Oh, 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 oh. We got wedding conjoined in a Subway shop. Oh, 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 oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on a tube. Whoa, oh, 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 Funko, oh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh.
We're back. It was just Jamie. No worries. It wasn't the feds. It's just Jamie. All right. Open forum. Let's get to it. Alex, not Jones. What's up?
Hey Jay, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm good. I just want to hear you kind of expand on something. It's more of a question. End times. Yeah, I know everyone says every generation thinks they're in it, but I mean, I have a lot of people around me waking up. I mean, I see a lot of the youth waking up to God. Is that more of a pendulum swing from culture, or could it really be some warnings and signs? I want to hear you expand on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that just because, I mean, that's true. I think people are beginning to wake up to, to God's existence, all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's a sign of the end times, though. I think that could just be, a genuine move of, the spirit, a genuine move of people seeing all the evil in the world and thinking, well, there's all this evil, there's got to be, good to kind of balance. I don't mean it in a Gnostic sense, but like there must be good if there's evil, right? But like the end time stuff, I just think it's possible, and we should always be ready. But my main concern is that people tend to take headlines and read that into the scriptures, which is eisegesis, which we shouldn't do. But the saints do lay out 4 or 5 basic things that we will see that will be signs of the end. That Jordanville Monastery Press publication, Antichrist and End Times, is pretty good. It talks about that we'll see things like a new temple, return of the sacrificial system, attempts to ban the divine liturgy, rise of a single world government, all of which could be in the near future. But certainly there's a lot more, I think, possibilities of good things to come before we see those things. But again, maybe that happens next year. Who knows?
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just thinking because I don't see a way we get back to with AI and all this new obviously the technology's never happened before. So I just don't see a way we go back from this. You know what I mean? It has to be get exponentially worse as we go.
Well, I'm not convinced of that. I mean, it could be. I just don't know why it has to be exponentially worse. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that haven't been fulfilled. I mean, there's a lot of places where the gospel hasn't reached. There's another one of the signs is the conversion of the Jews. The church fathers all say that the Jews will convert towards the end. So we haven't seen any of those things. So I wouldn't be. I think what happens is that when you first get into reading the Bible and Christianity, it happened to me back in the late 90s. You immediately gravitate towards, the book of Revelation is really cool. There's all this, comic book stuff in it, and it's neat. And, what if we're in the end times and this and that? And then you try to paste the headline events in the news onto the Book of Revelation. And then after a while, you realize that a lot of that was probably not wise or well-founded. And then I think when you get into things like partial preterism, you see that not everything is predicting the end of the world. There's a lot of prophecies that we're referring to the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. So I just think that if we have a healthy attitude and sobriety when it comes to not falling for the delusions of our time, we don't really have to worry about whether it's the end of the world or not. That's all going to be, it's good. So it's good for us. So there's nothing else to worry about.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm seeing it. I definitely am seeing it through a more crazy lens than I'm sure you have growing up before all this nonsense went down. I'm young, so it makes sense. Can I ask you another quick question? It's
Sure.
kind of off topic there.
Sure.
So, it's kind of a little testimony to the Holy Spirit, but me, my cousins, everyone, my brothers, we've been praying. My dad is not a believer, and we've been praying for him for a long time to, obviously come to Jesus. And randomly, he started asking us about how he's tied up on evolution and stuff. I'm wondering, do you have any recommendations for how we can kind of get through to him on that? He's really hung up on how, was God with the caveman before?
There's probably not going to be any thing that you say to your dad that's going to convince him to question evolution. There are atheists who question evolution, which might be an inroad, like David Berlinski or whatever his name is. Like, he has like a 20-minute video, and he's a pretty prominent atheist who just kind of looks at the claims of evolution and from a academic. I think he's like a psychologist, or I forget exactly what he is, but he has like a good 20-minute critique of evolution, just even from its own claims, an internal critique. Let's see if I can find that video. It's an old video. I don't know if it's still up, but that might be like an inroad to say, hey, look, there's even some, atheists who don't necessarily believe in evolution. Or have at least, significant questions about it. Let's see. Here's a Hoover Institution discussion with Berlinski called The Deniable Darwin. So that probably has a lot of the same material, but that's not exactly the video I'm looking for. This is it. I think this is it right here. This is an older 37-minute interview right here. I think this is it. Rebellious intellectual defies Darwinism. So here's Dr. Berlinski. Again, not even a theist, just saying, look, a lot of the claims about Darwinian theory, and they just don't make sense. There's a lot of problems with it. So, not necessarily going to convince your dad, but, it does point out that not every academic necessarily just defaults to this dogma. And it is treated as a dogma, which is interesting. But thank you. Good questions. EDD, what's up, Ed? By the way, if you want to support the stream, you can do so via Super Chat. Super Chats are pinned in the chat there. You can do a Super Chat through Streamlabs. Streamlabs is how we do Super Chats over here. You can ask me a question through that to support the stream. What's up, man?
Cool, man. Glad to be back on. Last time we kind of touched on the idea of deism. I think I was pronouncing it deism. The chat was giving me grief. But I just wanted to hear, I've been stuck in a back and forth in where a buddy of mine will kind of assert just the idea of deism and no interference, say, okay, we can't deny creation or a creator, but he just created the program and left it alone. No interference, no future interference, etc. So I kind of wanted to pick your brain on that one.
Well, there's different ways you could go about that, and one of those is you could just simply say, if you look at deism, it's typically a halfway house between theism and atheism.
Right.
So there's not really any reason in the deistic system to actually believe in that kind of a deity at all. If that deity I mean, what is the function of it, right? Well, he's just the thing that starts it off. Well, how do you even know there is a thing that starts it off, right? So it's sort of like it's packed with metaphysical assumptions when it's kind of premised on denying metaphysics in general. In other words, it's like denying half of the metaphysical principles that you would need for theism, and then saying, but I'm going to keep a few of these just so I have something that starts the system off. Well, but how do you know that thing started the system off? Maybe it was multiple things. Maybe it was no thing. Maybe, so it's like, it just kind of ends up being kind of arbitrary. It's like, well, I don't want any metaphysics except the thing that starts it off.
Right. Okay.
So, and if the tendency is towards atheism, I think the point is to just elucidate that deism isn't really a tenable position. It just doesn't really make sense. Because if deism is true, then it's pretty much just atheism.
Right.
But if atheism is true, then how do we justify any knowledge? How do we have any basis for preconditions of knowledge, logic, universals, etc.?
I sent you and I'm sure you're thinking it's flooded. I sent you a DM on X and mentioned, watching the kind of backlog of a lot of your debates or, conversation pieces. And I mentioned something about maybe doing another deep dive on the categorization because, man, you've got a lot of stuff on there. But I watched the one with Nick Fuentes, which, controversial guy, funny guy, right? But, and, you guys got into the papacy and versus ecumenical councils and things of that nature. I'm just wondering, it makes sense to me that, Vatican I, Vatican II, just kind of cooking up this idea of papal infallibility. It makes sense to me that people would take issue with that, seeing as it just kind of sprung up, I guess. But
well, I don't think papal infallibility springs up at Vatican I, because you obviously have people prior to Vatican I that do believe in it and teach it in some kind of form. I mean, Bellarmine was talking about this kind of stuff prior to Vatican I. So it wasn't invented at Vatican I. That's where it's dogmatized.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that just furthers the question then is, you believe in the concept of infallibility through, ecumenical councils? So... Well,
I mean, not just that. We would say the scriptures possess a kind of infallibility. The councils do.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I guess my question is it fair to say, just like trying to devil's advocate the papacy, is it fair to say that everything that the Pope says, when he's on his nonsense, is it fair to say that invalidates his infallibility if he's not speaking on the faith? I know you mentioned things about private letters and geopolitical statements, etc. But can those be considered statements on the faith? And if not, does that really?
Well, I mean, how about saying all religions are passed to God? I mean, that's enough to qualify. I mean, it's on faith and morals. That's one obviously false statement, right?
Right.
Okay, so was he protected by the charism from teaching error there or not?
I'm not sure, to be fair with you.
Well, I think the thing is that there's not actually a consistent, clear delineation within Roman Catholicism for when this is and isn't the case. They'll say, well, when it's from the chair, when it's on faith and morals, when it's for the entire church, then it's protected. Yeah, but okay, that itself is kind of vague because you have many encyclicals that are written for the entire church. They deal with faith and morals. I mean, does that make them? I mean, they should be presumably then protected from error. So then they'll say, well, no, encyclicals can have error in them. Okay, well, even if they can have error, aren't you supposed to submit with docility to the ordinary teaching of the pontiff? So it just becomes this exercise in picking and choosing when it's authoritative and when it's not. And whenever there's a problem statement, well, then suddenly it's not authoritative. And whenever there's a statement you like, then suddenly it is. So they're literally no different than Protestants. They're just Protestants with papal documents.
There's a few people that, they'd be ruffled at that one, but that's funny.
Like who? Tell
Anyway,
them to call. Like who? Tell them to call in. It's open
Oh
forum.
yeah, I mean, they're not as confrontational as I, so I wish they'd call in, but you know.
I mean, there's multiple questions going on here. First question would be, I mean, well, what are the infallible ex cathedra statements? Why isn't there a list?
Right.
I mean, if Rome has a standard that they're going to say is it's infallible, necessary belief when it's extraordinary and ordinary magisterium, wouldn't they give us a list of that? Why are they not giving a list?
No, I mean it's a good question.
Okay. Now, next problem is, even if we have a list, don't we then still as individuals have to interpret the papal documents?
Yeah.
Okay, so how are we in a better position than a Protestant? We're actually in a worse position because now we have like tons more documents to try to sift through, whereas a Protestant just has the Bible. Well, if you're a Roman Catholic, you got the Bible, the councils, and the papal teachings. So now you got like thousands more documents to sift through and interpret.
Right. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of sifting myself. It's not the easiest thing. So.
Are you a Roman Catholic? You have a Catholic background?
My family's background is Irish Catholic, so I guess I was called to that in that way, but I can't claim to be in communion with the Catholic Church or anything of that nature. So.
Cool. Well, I mean, yeah. Do you have any other questions or?
Well, I did have a topic I wanted to bring up in regards to geopolitics.
Okay.
I've been meaning actually to call into Voldemort's show and try to rise this one, but it's harder to get in there. He doesn't do as many spaces, so I figured you'd also have a good insight on this. I think we have a problem when it comes to, and you talk about the deep state and the 100 years plans and how it's been going on for quite a long time. It's done by increment, right? It's not all tyranny's not brought onto you all at once. It's the idea that you acclimate to tyranny, right? Well, if there's this stretched out long-term plan, it seems kind of naive for us to think that it's going to be fixed in the next 4 years here if a certain someone wins the office, right? I think what that means is that we need to.
Yeah, of course I don't think Trump fixes everything. Of course not.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to say you believe that. What I'm saying is I think we need to shift the focus here. Instead of just throwing all our eggs in the Trump basket, we need to shift the focus here on ideological succession. We need to, through whatever means, be it the church, be it think tanks, be it, whatever, we need to expand the idea of God-given rights and human rights and, anti-depopulation kind of mindset that if it's been in swing for so long, it's going to take a long time to reverse that tide. Sure.
Yeah.
But I feel like that needs to be the focus shift, though, is, again, ideological succession is what happens when Trump croaks inevitably in the next,
Well, I think if you read like the white papers from the establishment, like that Institute for Statecraft UK document and all that, like they say that the vibe you get from that, and that's who cooked up like the P-Gate stuff. They're saying, well, it's not so much Trump himself, but like what he represents.
Exactly.
So,
but we need to keep that which he represents alive past his own life.
Sure.
And I'm afraid that there's not as many strong candidates or contenders. People like to, glaze Elon Musk, and sure, he's been doing some good things, and I don't have anything against him, but again, he's not a political. Yeah,
I don't know what. Yeah, I understand.
Stronger people in institutions.
I don't know what the answer is in terms of institutional succession to move things in the right direction. I think really the church is about the only hope. So it's got to begin there, and then maybe we'll start seeing the rise of orthodox politicians, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's just we have such a cultural ingrain of this idea of secularism. I think secularism was a mistake.
Well, yeah, of course. Agreed.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, yeah. Hey, great questions. Appreciate it. I wish I had a better answer. You know, tough times, crazy times. Theophilus, what's up, dude? Thank you guys for those fat super chats.
Hello?
Yo.
Hey, Jay. I think the solution is for you to run for president. Connecting to what the previous speaker said. No. Anyways, I want to connect to like what you talked about geopolitics and Sykes-Picot and Islam and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, because like we talked about this before. I called him before like a few weeks ago. It's very interesting because like every Muslim, the Muslims you have debated recently was like Jake, Daniel, Pikachu. What was the name? Like Muslim Lantern, was that his name?
Yeah.
All of them are Salafis.
Right.
And like Salafi is really like the norm. It has become the normative view of Islam. And Salafism really is it is a conspiracy.
Yeah, it's like a British intelligence, Muslim Brotherhood type thing, right?
It is it's an intelligence op. And what's so funny is like the thing all of them will say is like Jake and Daniel and like Muslim Lantern is like Islam is simple. Tawhid is simple. We all agree on Tawhid. But the one thing that is like the reason why the Brits supported the Wahhabis, and you know, like Wahhabis were like a very fringe sect from Saudi Arabia.
Right.
The reason why they got support was because the Brits wanted to divide the Ottoman Empire,
Yes,
right?
correct.
And normal Sunni Muslims didn't want to take part of that because, like, if you're a Muslim, you cannot fight against other Muslims. That's a taboo.
Mm-hmm.
But the Wahhabis were like, no, we are the only true Muslims.
Right.
None of the other Muslims understand Tawhid.
Right.
So we'll kill the fucking Turks for you. Just give us some weapons. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get into on the Sam Tripoli podcast when we were talking about British intelligence and Islam. Some of the people in the audience misunderstood. They thought I was saying that British intelligence created Islam. It's not what I said. I was saying that modern Salafi Islam and Wahhabism is really tied at the hip to British intelligence.
Yeah. And like the best way to understand Salafism from a Christian reference point is like it's almost like a kind of Muslim sedevacantism, or like it's a kind of Muslim like evangelical. You know the whole like it's like Pastor Bob's church was suppressed by Constantine, and like the whole church went apostate.
Right.
At Nicaea. You know,
but it's very useful for not just what you're talking about in terms of, but like from the vantage point of like breaking down Ottoman power. Salafism is very useful for it's like a mind-controlled, simplistic cult. It keeps people very controlled. It keeps people stupid, and it keeps the societies that adopt it very backwards.
Yes, exactly.
By design.
And it and it becomes Salafism can never rest. There's always the opportunity to create a new Salafi schism, which is what like the Americans and the Brits, because like the Brits they supported the Salafis originally with like the Saudis.
Yeah.
And the Saudis they got their own kingdom. Like they become a stakeholder in the new world order, if you say that. But like it never stopped. The Americans, you know, with ISIS.
Yes.
Like first it was Al Qaeda, which was a Salafi breakup movement. And what the Al Qaeda said was basically, no, the Saudis, they're kuffar.
Right.
They're apostate because they have become friends with the Americans.
Yeah, all of these schisms are very useful and analogous. In fact, you can even see the recent split between Jake and Daniel. They had a big fight, which is it's a perfect example of what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's exactly how it is. It's like how it is with trad cats and It's the exact same mentality. And I wanted to elaborate on that. You know, when you debated Jake, he brought up the idea of the Fitra with you. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the idea that there's like an innate sense of Allah or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is not the noose, but yeah, he was calling it that.
That's what I wanted to say. Like, he compared it to the noose, which I think he is the first person in history who has ever made that comparison.
Right.
I don't know if he made that up on the spot, because they're like, if you want to compare, like, the idea of the Fitra, it does have kind of a comparison to, you know how, like, what's his name? Tertullian talked about how, like...
Yeah, well, I mean, John Calvin says every man has an innate sense of God. That doesn't mean it's the Orthodox doctrine of the noose, so...
No, exactly. And it's also very, like... Because, like, this idea is very, very, very important to Salafism. Because, like, you know, the real founder of Salafism is really Ibn Taymiyyah, right?
Yeah, according to Jake, yeah.
Yeah. And how, like... when Ibn Taymiyyah was around, in the 13th, 14th century Baghdad, when he was, like, active, like, yeah, he lived in Baghdad. There were no, like, atheists or, like, even polytheists around there. So there was, among the Athari Salafis at the time, Muslims, they became this sort of, the idea of God and, like, believing in God and monotheism became sort of taken for granted. It became like sort of a lowest common denominator. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. It was just,
like,
yeah, right.
Like, you don't have to prove God. You don't when it comes to, like, theology, you don't really have to prove your basic assumptions. All the basic stuff, like there's one God, God has the attributes of, all of this is like...
Yeah, I'm assuming that's why when Dr. Khalil, for example, shows those slides with all the quotes from Ibn Taymiyyah, that's when Ibn Taymiyyah is saying stuff like, there's no need to do apologetics and logical argumentation.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's not because they're, like, arrived at those conclusions intellectually. It was just like, that was the intellectual milieu, the intellectual climate at the time. Yeah. And this is like a basic idea in Salafism. I called in a few weeks before, and I recommend you to read the Kitab al-Tawhid by
Muhammad. Yeah, it's on my to-buy list, yes.
Yeah, good. Because, like, you know how, like, the really defining thing in, like, Salafism is the tripartite Tawhid. Have you read about this?
I'm not sure.
So there's an idea which was introduced by Ibn Taymiyyah and then picked up by Muhammad ibn al-Wahhab, is that there's really three aspects of Tawhid, three aspects of monotheism.
Okay.
And the first two aspects are not, like, controversial. The first two aspects is basically, like, belief that God is one, and that God is alone to have all the attributes of divinity.
Okay.
And that God alone is the creator. And this is where the Salafis went so far, because of what we said before. It's like, oh, well, everybody agrees with this. They went so far as to say, no, every human who has ever lived has actually believed in this. Even the polytheists in Mecca, who Muhammad was sent to, they were actually kind of monotheists in their theology. They believe that, like, God is one, in one creator. He doesn't have any partners in his attributes. And you can find this actually sort of confirmed in the Quran. I can send you verses later. We said it's like, there's a famous verse which says, like, Muhammad, when you ask the polytheist who created God, who created the world, who created the heaven and the earth, they will surely say Allah. So this verse sort of seems to confirm that the people who received the people who Muhammad
that sounds like a Quranic version of natural theology and bait and switch, where it's like, who created the world? God. Okay, well, the word God is Allah, so you believe that Allah created the world. It's like, yeah, but what if I believe that the creator of the world is, like, you know, the great vagina? Is that Allah? Well, if you use the word Allah, it's the same thing. I mean, that's like all of natural theology is built on that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a very, very good point. And there is a kind of very crude natural theology, because like natural theology presupposes like kind of philosophical reasoning.
Yeah, I mean, every Muslim I've ever met says we absolutely affirm, natural theology, just like, Catholics and evangelicals.
Yeah. And so the Salafis, they will, again, like Ibn Taymiyyah, he went as far as to say every human who has ever lived was a monotheist in this regard.
Okay.
In belief in that God alone created the world.
Okay.
But then there is a third aspect of Tawhid, the third aspect of monotheism, which is the Tawhid of worship. Which is that, it's not enough to believe that God alone created the world. You can only worship God also.
Interesting.
And this is where the Salafis will say that, the people who Muhammad was sent to, they believed in God alone and that God alone was the creator. Okay, so why did Muhammad fight against them? Well, it's because they were worshipping in the sense of like practice, like they were praying to other, like their equivalent to saints, like they were praying to saints for intercessions.
Right.
And what. And this is why Ibn Taymiyyah was so controversial, because when he was active in like the 13th century, saint worship, if we use like in quotations, like veneration of saints, had become mainstream in Islam.
Right.
And it was something that virtually all of his contemporary scholars endorsed.
Yeah, so it's a kind of like a Protestant movement within Islam, right? We got to go back. We got to go back to the pure first righteous generations, right?
Yeah, we got to go back to the first because this saint veneration is polytheism. And his contemporaries were saying, no, we're not polytheists because we believe that God alone is the creator and everything is from God. And he will say, well, that's what the polytheists in Muhammad's time would say also.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
And like nobody has ever really believed how like polytheism believes. It's your actions, your practice that makes you a polytheist.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, in other words, that explains his actions and motivations and why that Jake and people like that argue the way they do.
Yeah, because that's like when you're debating like Salafis and like your like intuition is to go to like you guys disagree about on like the attributes of God and like the whole anthropomorphic issue, and that was always a disagreement between like the Salafis and the Ash'arites.
Right.
But the main super controversial issue that they were really, really killing each other over was the thing of like, can you pray to saints or not?
That's a great point. Yeah.
Can you ask for intercessions from the saints? That and remains is the huge thing that they kill each other over, and that they never really resolved.
Now, do authorities, do they believe in that, or is that just something that Shia believe that, right?
So that's the thing, like Shias are they're you cannot be a Shia and not believe in praying to the saints, because like praying to the imams is so central to their
right.
Right. And also like I said, by the time of Ibn Taymiyyah, it had really become a thing about like mainstream Sunni Sufism. Like Sufism had become fused with Sunnism.
Right.
And Sufis also pray very much to the saints.
Right, yeah, I'm aware of that, yeah.
Yeah. So it was really like the whole opposition to praying for intercession is really the defining division. And that's not like the Athari doesn't really go into that split. That's really just like a Salafi, anti-Salafi.
Okay.
When it comes to intercession, because there are Atharis who believe in saint veneration.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, yeah.
Because Athari really relates to how you talk about the attributes of God and theology.
Okay.
It really doesn't talk about how you relate to the Tawhid of worship that I talked about.
Okay.
That like you really should read the Kitab al-Tawhid, Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab.
Yeah, I'll get it. I just I don't have the money right now. I've been having to pay bills, so I haven't had money for books.
Yeah,
so.
I get it. Because he really like hammers down this critique about praying to saints and sacrificing to saints and all of that.
Yeah, and that's interesting because many people don't know that that's what they were actually killing each other over. That's a really good, important insight there. You might think, oh, they're only debating the attributes. No, they're actually fighting over this.
Yeah.
So, which would mean that Jake is being faithful to Ibn Taymiyyah because he's saying that Daniel's bad now because Daniel likes Iran and Hezbollah, right? Because you're uniting yourself and supporting people who are idolaters, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's another. There's like, this is called takfir. What takfir means, right?
Yeah, right.
Like excommunication.
Right.
There's a question called the chain excommunication. And this is really one of the things that Ibn Taymiyyah didn't talk about this, but Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab really wrote about this thing called like the nullifiers of Islam, and how it's like, well, even if you don't pray to saints, even if you do not yourself commit any action of shirk, of polytheism, if you do not excommunicate anyone who commits these things, then you yourself become a polytheist.
Yeah.
And this is one
so
of
it's
the
like the
things
next level of like, it's like when a Sedevacanta says, if you don't excommunicate and reject Pope Francis, you're also a heretic.
Yeah, exactly. And if you don't excommunicate the person who doesn't excommunicate,
Yes.
the person who doesn't excommunicate,
Right.
and it goes on forever. It's called the chain takfir. And
So it's like it's Islamic purity spiraling.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what's like ISIS. This is what their big thing was. This is why ISIS said like, well, 98% of all Muslims are kuffar and we can kill them. Well, it's not because they themselves were like prayed to another god. Well, it's because they didn't excommunicate their father, who didn't excommunicate his cousin, who, it goes on forever.
Yeah. Now, do you remember, if I remember, isn't it the history of, there's two key characters, Hassan al-Banna and I think the other guy's al-Dudi. Weren't they originally like, not that, they were kind of like secular and maybe even Freemasons, and then suddenly, we got to have this Muslim Brotherhood that's going to, fight the British Empire or whatever. If I recall, I mean, pretty early on, they were aided by and assisted by British intelligence. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're talking about the Muslim Brotherhood, which is
I'm just fast forwarding because I didn't want to leave that topic of geopolitics that you brought up.
Yeah, no. You're the one who has, The Devil's Game, right? The book.
Yeah, I've read that book, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very, very good cover on that. And like the Salafis, they start from the perspective of like Puritan theological view, whereas the Muslim Brotherhoods, they're really like they just view religion as like a tool.
A tool, yeah. That's what I thought, yeah.
And they'll take whatever fatwa, whatever view they can to justify their political struggle. But what you end up with, like with the Muslim Brotherhood, they're really like a kind of ecumenical liberalism in the end. Like that's what they push. But then you had like with Sayyid Qutb, Sayyid Qutb.
Qutb?
Sayyid Qutb, yeah.
I think so.
You had like from the 60s, 70s, you had like where the Muslim Brotherhood started getting influenced by the Salafis.
Yeah.
And that's how you got Al-Qaeda and...
okay, yeah.
Yeah, because there's also like I said, the original Wahhabis, Salafis, they saw themselves as the only true Muslims in the world waging a war against the entire world. It would lead to the apocalypse. It was like a very apocalyptic millenarian movement. Okay, then they didn't, like they took support from the British Empire, but like most of the fighters, they didn't understand that. It was a secret that they didn't know. If they knew about it, they would probably, it would have become a chaos. But by the time after World War I and World War II, when the Saudi Arabia become established, there was Roosevelt and the Americans, they wanted to make the Saudi Arabia into like a stakeholder in the new world order. They told the Saudis, like, you gotta tell your guys, like, they cannot fight an eternal war against the Shia. to like stop doing what they're doing and like chill out. And there was a movement which was called the third Wahhabi era, which is when their scholars and their thinking was subverted in order to become pacifist. So in order to like, because they couldn't like compromise on the premises that like, oh, we still have to accept that, like we still have to think that all the Muslims who do not narrowly fit our ideas, they're still polytheists.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how do we not fight an eternal war? Okay, so there was a new principle that was like sneakily introduced by their scholars, which are called udhr bil jahl in Arabic, and it means excuse of ignorance. And this was a new principle that they introduced, which said that, okay, you can be a polytheist, you can, if you are a Muslim and you pray to a saint, this is in practice, this is polytheism, but if you are ignorant, if we say we have not established these proofs on you, then we will not takfir on you. We will not fight against you. We will not say that you are a non-believer because you have the excuse of ignorance. Which is a very, like, if you were to debate Joke and Hakikachu and Muslim Lantern, because they are all from the new generation of Wahhabis.
Right.
They would all subscribe to this idea. If you were to like pin them down and say, okay, this Sufi, like, what's his name? The guy Rashid is the guy you debated first. If you were to talk about Jake and say, okay, this guy Rashid, is he a Muslim? I don't think he would dare to say that. He wouldn't make takfir on him. He would say, no, he is a Muslim. And you could press him like, okay, but he believes in praying to saints. And he would say like, yeah, but he's ignorant. So I excuse him for ignorance. Which is a very paradoxical idea that you can commit polytheism, but still be a monotheist.
Yeah, that's absurd.
Yeah, it's a very absurd position.
Right.
But it's what all the Salafis today ascribe to.
Wow, okay, that's great. Yeah, really good insights there. Appreciate that. Anything you want to leave us with before we move on to the next one?
I'm sorry if I take you up on
No,
that.
those are great points.
Yeah. Have a great time, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, great points there from Theophilus. That's another angle of total inconsistency of the goofiness of the Salafi position. Appreciate that. I was looking for, you'll notice that Google doesn't work anymore to pull up anything that connects Muslim Brotherhood to British intelligence. And now the book that discusses that there's actually two that discuss it. I think it's in Secret Affairs, but I know it's in Devil's Game by Dreyfus, which I did a lecture on that maybe 10 years ago. It's been almost a decade since we've covered this book. So if you're interested in that topic, this came out in 2005. A lot of chapters in there on Hassan al-Banna and Maududi and these different characters that we were talking about today. And looks like in 1942 is when Britain started funding the Muslim Brotherhood. And I mean, it makes sense from a strategic standpoint why they would do that. But Jeff, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of weird. It skipped you half sentence and then brought me up.
What's up, man? What's on your mind?
I had two quick things for you as a catechumen. I was hoping you may be able to point me to the best place to refute some Protestantism ideas and then also have good internal critiques back.
Okay, of what?
From Orthodoxy to Protestantism.
What you said some Protestant ideas. Which ones?
So the guy that I was debating earlier, I'm trying to remember some of them, like where we get the idea of papacy. He was trying to argue that sola scriptura made sense because we don't have a correct understanding of it, which made no fucking sense to me. Everything I looked up argues what the Orthodox argue. And
so you're talking about a Protestant or a Catholic?
Protestant.
Okay, and what was he saying about the papacy?
No, he was just asking if we could prove it biblically.
The papacy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that sounds like a loaded question because as Orthodox, we don't believe in the papacy the way that most, people think of it, like the Roman Catholic position. So we believe that there is a bishop of Rome who had apostolic succession. But in the Orthodox position, Rome departed from the faith, in the 11th century / 12th, 13th century, and they began to dogmatize, unorthodox positions. So we believe that there is successors to the Bishop of Rome. Peter had successors not just at Rome, but also in Alexandria and Antioch. So there's 3 Petrine sees. But that doesn't mean that the Roman Catholic doctrine of the papacy is true. So saying the word papacy can be ambiguous. It could be loaded. It could mean, the Vatican I position of the Catholics, or it could mean the Orthodox view of the papacy.
I got you. So, yeah, we might get caught up in definitional.
Yeah, so I would just say, we don't accept the Catholic position on the infallibility of the Pope as an Orthodox, but there is a Bishop of Rome that, existed for thousands of years and had successors and so forth in the Orthodox position. So I would say at that point, you just look up arguments for apostolic succession.
Okay. And then the other big one, but what I saw, there was like, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. You might know him if I say, is like a big church history guy, Euphrates, or I don't know. But anyway, that he said that there was...
Eusebius?
That might be it. The argument goes something like, there seems to be disagreement on the icons.
Well, sometimes Protestants take these positions out of they take these statements in the Church Fathers out of context, where the Church Fathers are talking about images and idols, and they say, "Look, the Church Fathers are rejecting the idea of any imagery at all." But the context is talking about pagan temples and idols. It's not talking about all religious imagery, because already at that point the Christians were doing the sign of the cross, which is a image of the cross. It's a symbol. The church had a liturgy which utilized things like bread and wine, where they believed in the real presence. So it's very hard to make a early patristic witness that believes in the real presence at the same time make those people into iconoclasts. It makes no sense. So when you read, Justin Martyr describing the early church's liturgy, the real presence in the Eucharist, I mean, those are pretty much de facto rejections of iconoclasm. Okay. Also, we made an entire documentary on this topic about Old Testament worship in the New Testament, and it shows that the church adopted the synagogue and temple liturgical services, and that's why the early church's worship was liturgical worship. It was not iconoclastic.
Okay.
Have you seen that? Have you watched that documentary?
Is it in your channel?
No. It's Orthodox Shoutout. I don't know why I typed my name in there. Have you watched that?
I'll have to check it out.
So you haven't seen it? I'm not fussing at you. I'm just asking.
No.
Okay, it's called Christian Worship in the Old Testament.
Was discovered
so this definitively refutes, the idea that the early church was iconoclastic. I mean, it's not going to be liturgical worship, but iconoclasm. Those two things don't go together. So watch that documentary. It's up on the screen right there. Christian Worship in the Old Testament. It's a classic from Lewis. All right, next up is Evangelos. What's up, man? You guys choose the topics today, whatever you want, within reason. What's up, man? By the way, on the Secret Affairs, I was correct. So this is a pretty lengthy book. It's about 400 or 500 pages. I read it back, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. It's a really good book from Mark Curtis. Mark Curtis is a Royal Society researcher, so that lets us know he's not a conspiracy theorist. He's actually an establishment researcher. He wrote this 430-page book called Secret Affairs, Britain's Collusion with Radical Islam. It's a very good companion to the Richard Dreyfuss, the Devil's Game book by Dreyfuss, not Richard Dreyfuss. You see the summary here. I have lectures on these books, by the way. Claiming that the book claims the British government supported various radical Islamic groups in Iran, Egypt, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Indonesia, and Bosnia. Curtis places these developments in a larger pattern of British foreign policy and self-interest throughout the Muslim world, citing examples of the British attempts to cultivate relationships with the Muslim Brotherhood to overthrow the Egyptian leader Nasser after he nationalized the Suez Canal. You notice a pattern there because that's exactly what we covered in the Iran overthrow of Mossadegh, was because Mossadegh nationalized the oil. When Nasser did that, time for the radical Muslims to overthrow you. This was a precursor to the tripartite aggression, UK, France, and Israel in 1956. And anyway, so this is a mainline Royal Society research work. It's not a conspiracy book. And it pretty much just lays out what we kind of know is the case and have been talking about. And so there's that book. And then let's see if is there a summary of Dreyfuss's book? Yeah, here we go. This is a good companion piece because this one is about Robert Dreyfuss. I think he's a Rolling Stone journalist back at the time. This one is about U.S. relationship with radical Islam. The book discusses how Western governments have supported Muslim Brotherhood in order to sabotage things like the pro-Soviet Arab nationalist leaders like Nasser and others. So in other words, it was a joint British intelligence and CIA operation. Obviously, this is also the vector point for which you would get Western intelligence support for radical Islam against communism. So, right, 1979, Sino-Soviet War. This is where we get Mujahideen and Al-Qaeda from the Western bulwark. And really, this was a pretty genius move because it kind of exhausted the Soviets. They put a lot of time and effort and energy into the Afghanistan conflict, and this helped to collapse the Soviet Union. Dreyfuss discusses how the West used radical Islam to suppress communism. He provides a comprehensive view of the support of Western governments for Mujahideen. This is what we're talking about, particularly those jihadi fighters sent into Afghanistan. With close support of the advice of CIA paramilitaries, these Islamic jihadis helped defeat the Soviets. This book describes also the chief neocon of all neocons, Bernard Lewis, and his model of Islamic balkanization, where the CIA secretly supported these Islamic movements within the Soviet Union. So in other words, that's Bernard Lewis, the neocon of neocons. That's the mentor to Samuel Huntington, who wrote Clash of Civilizations. CIA supported these Islamic movements, again, against the Soviets. The consequence of this would be the today present Islamic Chechen conflict and the use of Muslims against Russia. This would also presumably lead to ISIS and all the stuff that you hear about in the news. I need to go back and read these two books because I read them 10 years ago and I didn't know all the Islamic theology that I know. I mean, I'm not an expert in Islamic theology, but I know a lot more than I knew 10 years ago. I didn't know much about Islam at all other than the geopolitical side of it. I should probably go back and read these books, but they would be a lot more meaningful now, I think. Dreyfuss discusses how the Israeli government supported the growth of Hamas. That's actually admitted in Haaretz. I think those articles have been scrubbed, but it's well known that they created Hamas as a destabilizing entity. And it was also a tool to fight the PLO. Of course, the PLO was also supported, I think, by the Soviets. So it gets really, it's just a bunch of crazy sectarian stuff. PLO was always viewed as a major threat to Israel. They were the more educated, secular Palestinians. They fought a very effective campaign against Israel, whereas Hamas had very limited success. And so Israel found it advantageous to, at that time, support Hamas. The book predicts the current Palestinian crisis, where the PLO and the Fatah and Hamas militias battle each other in Gaza and other parts of Palestine for control of the Palestinian people. Dreyfus claims that the political and economic isolation of Hamas is currently suffocating the new government. This was, I don't know when this person wrote this. This is probably prior to the present conflict in Israel. All right, let's see. Who's up next? Sam? What's up? Sam, are you there? You gotta unmute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay. First off, I just want to really thank you. Been listening since midsummer. I saw you on the Sam Hyde podcast, and I love those guys. And you know, I'm catechumen now at my local Rocore church, and
cool.
we've got a bishop, priest, and deacon. So I just feel really blessed to have made the jump. And but the other thing was, I just wanted to let you know I really dig your comedy as well. And
thanks, dude.
You know, and I'm a music producer and filmmaker, and I've been put in the position at a university to manage a film studio, and I'm not going to get into the specifics now, but I just wanted to reach out to you and offer any kind of support. Like, I manage a pretty decent sized studio, and you know, if you ever were interested in collaborating, I'd love to you know, support in any way that I could.
I appreciate that. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll follow you back, and I'll hit you up if I have any studio needs. I've been wanting for a long time to kind of upgrade, you know what I'm saying? Get an upgrade, go to the next level, you know what I'm saying? Because it looks very homemade over here. We need to get that upgrade. We need to get that, you know, we need to get that players ball rolling over here because it looks a little too low grade. What's up, Evangelos? Did we hear from you or already or not? I can't remember. I thought we did go to you. Maybe he couldn't connect. Did we call you? Did we call upon ye? You gotta unmute, man. I can't hear you, dude. If you don't unmute, can't hear you. Jose. No way, Jose. By the way, here is the talk from it was 10 years ago. So this is part 1. I think I covered the Curtis book in part 2. So you can still listen to my coverage of Islamic geopolitical books from 10 years ago. Jose, what's up, man? Can't hear you. Got to turn your microphone permissions on, man. Guys, remember, we do have a show sponsor who is Chalk.com, the best in supplementations that you can find anywhere on the interweb. Head on over to Chalk.com, that's CHOQ.com. Chalk is there with this hype-ass performance stack. Yeah, you heard me right. Performance. I'm talking about male performance in the gym, you dirty-minded perv. I'm talking about getting buff in the gym. I'm not talking about your nasty, filthy things. Get out of here with that. I'm talking about getting buff in the gym, straight up hetero. I'm not talking about looking at yogurt pants. None of them chicks in yogurt pants. I'm talking about the fully hetero, male only gym with buff, sweaty dudes that's totally hetero. I'm just being silly. Head on over to Chalk.com. Do not go to the rainbow gym, by the way. Only go to the hetero gym. But if you use the promo code J40, JOY40, you get 40% off that performance stack, baby. You don't pay $174. You pay 44% off with J44 Life. You got 2 promo codes. J40, that's just a one-time experiment. Right? You got spearmint gum. You're going up in there, you're going to be talking. Don't talk to the dudes if you're single. Talk to the girls. Get them mad at you. Get run off of them gyms with spearmint gum wafting out of your mouth. You want spearmint gum, and you want to experiment with performance stack. J40, JAY40, or J44Life, JAY44LIFE, to get 44% off that amazing performance stack. Typically, this is dudes. Hey, guess what? I got a 90% dude audience. Still hetero, though. Still hetero. 10% ladies. Ladies, my 10% lady audience, you can also benefit from the female vitality stack. It's full of, shall we say, herbs and such that help ladies with the lady chemicals that they have to regulate. I don't know how all of that works, but I know that this stuff helps with it work. You know what I'm saying? It'll help you ladies at work to make your chemicals work, so you can work it. Jamie's sitting there laughing. I don't know what, I mean, there's something going on with the moon and periods and tides, and all of that's connected when it comes to ladies. I don't know how it works. Magnets, how do they work? You know what I'm saying? That's like Juggalo stuff. To me, it's magic. But Chalk.com has all of those products to help the inner workings of the lady system. the inner workings of the lady plumbing systems. Do you got raging hormones? Wait, that's for dudes, right? I don't know. I'm painfully ignorant when it comes to body parts and stuff. Right, I'm like that Muslim dude when I debated that Muslims. Like, does the urine come out of the same place as the babies? I don't even know, dude. Remember that? The sheikh? He didn't know female anatomy is very good. Well, guess what? I don't need to know all of this biology stuff, because I read literature, okay? I read high-minded literature and intelligence operations. I don't need to know about how bodily secretions work. I just know that they do their thing. And I know that Chalk.com is where it's at. Use the promo code J40 to get 40% off, or J44Life. You can, of course, cancel at any time. You don't have to keep those subscriptions, but J44Life is a subscription-based promo code. Head on over there, guys and girls. Now, back to what I also don't know, like animals and stuff. Like, I don't know creatures, and I mean, I know some of these creatures because Jamie likes animals a lot, but I'm pretty woefully ignorant when it comes to creatures. Jamie will pull up some weird animal and she's like, look at this, and I'm like, what is that? She's like, you don't know what that is? I'm like, I don't know creatures. I mean, I like them, I don't know none of these names. She'd be like, that's a cow. And I'm like, a what? What's a cattle? What's a steer? This is a hyrax. What's a hyrax? I just found out what a hyrax is the other day. I didn't even know there was a moodang, a freaking midget hippo. I had no idea midget hippos exist. Apparently they do. Anyway, what are we? I don't even know what we're talking about. Artemis. And we got damn goddesses coming in here. What's up, Artemis? We got Diana, Artemis. What's up?
Hey Jay,
It's a dude?
I know we've been talking a lot of theology, but are you okay if we talk about Ukraine and war and stuff?
As long as it's within the TOS.
Okay, I'll try and keep it PG.
Okay.
I just have a couple of questions. One of them is, why do you think that Vladimir Putin went in Ukraine when he did? Because I know some people were theorizing that, that Ukraine was in the process of developing a nuclear weapon, and that's why they went in when they did. And there's some other theories floating around that they were trying to activate their old, nuclear reactors to enrich uranium in the process of getting some sort of a bomb. So, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that? Have you heard anything?
Well, I mean, the first thing I heard was actually prior to the Russian move, and that was in 2018 when Dilyana Gatsieva was giving those lectures about the bio-warfare chemical agent plants that were being set up, not just in Ukraine, but in a bunch of places. And so this was, significantly before the special military operation. So, and they were saying at the time that was the reason. So maybe some of these labs were also connected to the belief that they might be going after that as well. I don't know, but do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't actually. No, I haven't heard of that.
Okay, so I think, let me see if this lecture is still on here. So when we were at AV9, there was this little short Russian woman. Let me find AV9 first, if that's even still on. They might have yanked it up, because the guy that runs this passed away. Ian Crane. What the heck? Did YouTube just change and flip over to... What the heck's going on? Her name was Dilyana. Give me a second, I can maybe find this. I think my Hollywood Decoded Talk is still up, so it should still be there. So basically, the search function just doesn't work. Like it doesn't matter what you search. It just gives you like the same 10 results for no matter what you search. So let me try this. Ian Crane. Let's try that. Okay, here's Ian Crane. Maybe they deleted that channel. Go ahead.
The reason I ask is, honestly, this might be 2020 hindsight, but it seems that he just kind of delayed it for a bit too long. In those 8 years between 2014 and 2020, 2022, it gave Ukraine plenty of time to arm, equip, and do tactical practice and learn from other NATO countries and do training in Ukraine for all those years. I'm not saying they're like a kick-ass fighting force or anything like that, but if I was Vladimir Putin and I had this really strong army and everything at my disposal, I would have picked, why wasn't it 2016? Why wasn't it, 2018 or 2015 even? The disparity only got smaller in that time, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. That's beyond me. I guess this channel's been deleted, so it doesn't exist anymore. My talk still exists, but I don't know where anybody would find. I mean, I had to put it on Rockfin, but anyway, I'm sorry I don't have better answers for you. Those aren't very good answers, but this talk is a pretty. Maybe this is why it's been scrubbed. I don't know. And you can't find her on the internet anymore. I don't know what happened to her. Here we go. Here we go. I found it. It is still here. Oh, it's re-uploaded to some other lesser known channel. So this is 2018. And here is Dilyana talking about the BIO labs that were being built not just in Ukraine, but in many places right there. It's called AV9 BIO Weapons 2019. You have to use Yandex, which is the Russian search engine. I found that Yandex basically is what Google was in 2012. So when you're looking for all your classic conspiracy stuff, you have to use Yandex. DuckDuckGo doesn't pull it up. I've never used Brave browser. People always say use Brave browser. Anyway, so this whole talk is about. Let's see. She's talking about Pentagon building biolabs in, let's see, here's Georgia, biolabs in, let's see where else she's got a million slides in here. Biolabs, another top secret biolabs facility. So this was all right prior to things popping off. This was 2019, excuse me. Chechnya. Russia-Georgia border. She's talking a lot about Georgia. I thought she mentions other places too. I thought she mentions Ukraine, but maybe not. This is like 5-6 years ago, so I don't remember anymore. But hey, you can still find it. Who's up next? Ohio. Project Pat. Just kidding. No, we already did that one. Project Anonymous, $10. Here's a movie suggestion. Disney's live-action 90s movie called Smart House. Wow, I've never heard of that. That does sound like some predictive programming, doesn't it? I bet it's terrible, too. Anything from the 90s, Disney, it just sounds yikes. Here we go. 20-year anniversary. Smart House. Before there was Alexa, there was Pat. Disney's Smart House. That's crazy. Was it like a... oh, it's a movie or a TV... I'm trying to figure out if it's a movie or a TV show. Yeah, it looks pretty cringe, dude. Thank you for that, Anonymous. Steve, $100. Steve's always popping off. Steve and Junior Gallo are like the... They're like the superstar MVP super chatters. Thank you so much. Steve says for $100, if you had to propose a litany of prescriptions for the Western right for orthodoxy, what would it be? You know, it really has nothing to do with the right itself. It's just that the theology of the people who want the Western right, they always want to bring in Western theological errors. And I've been to Western Rite churches where they teach the essence and inner distinction and the catechesis is good. So it really has nothing to do with the Western Rite. It's just, we don't need rosary. We don't need Sacred Heart. We don't need Fatima. We don't need any of the other stuff that they always want to bring in. So it's really nothing to do with the rite itself. Ortho Bra, $10. Recommended reading of the Bible for somebody reading it for the first time. Well, I guess it depends on whether you think you're going to be committed to reading the whole thing or not. If you don't think you're going to be able to make it through the whole thing, I wouldn't try to read everything. I would say, like, if you think you want to experiment, I guess, the best way to put it with the Bible, I would say maybe start reading the Proverbs. Solomon's Proverbs are good as an introduction. The Torah, and then maybe after that, the Gospels. But there's really not, I mean, I would just say get the Orthodox Study Bible and try to use the notes, because that will be very helpful. Franch and Hugo, $3. Do you have any thoughts on Youth with a Mission? YWAM? I remember one time going to a YWAM meeting with a girl I was trying to date in the 90s. But I haven't thought about Youth with a Mission since the late 90s. So I have no idea what that's even about anymore. Evangelicals have constant revelations where they feel that they're saved. Is this theologically wrong according to Orthodoxy? Yes. So I think pretty much everything about YWAM would be antithetical to Orthodoxy. Angel Ortiz, $5. Is it time for Christians to vote? I mean, I think it's better. I mean, you might as well. I mean, you don't have to, I don't guess, but it's better off doing it than not. I mean, if you do vote, it might count. If you don't vote, it certainly won't. So, and I guess I like the way FDA said it. I think we're going to have Dr. Olga on, who works with Papadopoulos and people. She argues that, you know, what's better for Christians. FDA makes the good point. Like, rather than trying to figure out who's the perfect candidate, just think about it like, well, which candidate is better for the church? That's a good way to think about it. The Democratic Party is pretty much demonic. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, East Kentucky Meth Boy, $2. I've been a fan since 2020 when I saw you joking on Rush's stream. Thank you. Keep up the great content. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Cards YT, $1. Go Birds. Okay, thank you. Tim No Rigger Gordon, $1. Can we put Tim to rest and get rid of his faux camaraderie? You mean that we aren't on good terms? I mean, if I'll be on good terms with him as long as he is a cool guy, but we can be friends with people who we theologically disagree with. Sometimes it's difficult, but I don't know what you mean by putting him to rest. I don't know. DC Woodworking, $3. Thank you so much. AC, $20. Shout out to AC, a good friend of ours, longtime supporter, super chatter. Props to AC. Anonymous, $1.79. 2 questions. Do you have any intel documentaries I can show to normie skeptical friends about CIA and the New World Order? Hey, that's a great question. That is a great question. I wish there was one good documentary. Now, we've covered some good documentaries. Remember that one that wasn't it narrated by Charlton Heston? But now that I think about it, a normie watching that's just going to be like, yeah, so what? The CIA did things in the Cold War. So, I mean, I don't know that that's going to prove anything. I would say Endgame, but your normie friend's not going to watch Endgame from Lord Voldemort. Tough question. How do you make a documentary about that topic and fit it into something that a normie would even watch and follow? I don't know. That's the great challenge, isn't it? That's the challenge. I mean, there's the William Colby documentary that actually FDA told me to watch. That was pretty good. I don't know that that would convince a normie, though, of anything. Because they're just going to read it in their normie lens and be like, yeah, so what? So what am I supposed to... There is a documentary of like former CIA people that's pretty well known. Alex used to share it all the time. It might be pulled from YouTube. But I don't even know that like what would a normie would watch that and be like, okay, so there were some disgruntled people who left the CIA. So what? Like I don't know. There's no easy answers to that question. There's no single good documentary. Of course, you can't even find that documentary anymore. You probably have to go. Well, probably have to go back to Yandex to find that. Let's see. I think this is it. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. If it has that like boomer Karen mom in it with the blonde woman, this is it. Let me see if she's in this. Good grief. It's like the most low quality. It's like 144p documentary. Is this it? It's so low quality I can't even see if that woman's in it or not. I think this is it.
Inside the U.S. Army in South Vietnam than there were in the United States. So, by 1965, less than 20 years after its formation, the CIA had already got mixed up with heroin traffickers, overthrown governments in Asia and Africa, and tried to control people's minds. But there's more. After the break, I'll be flicking through more of the CIA's secret classified files to bring you revolution, murder, and an unlikely...
Oh, this might be it.
It was a program of assassination. We summarily executed what...
I think it's called Secrets of the CIA. I think that's it. Oh, Philip Agee's in it. Yeah, this is, I think, the one I'm thinking of. Of course, it's not here anymore. Let's see. Let's try this. But, I mean, I don't even know, man. Would this even work with a normie? I don't even know.
You, the men and women of the CIA, are the eyes and... conscience.
This is
Here's
it.
something that we've done that is terrible, and here's something that must be stopped.
I had to change my attitude toward him very quickly.
Yeah, this is it.
Goes under what?
Here's the boomer Karen woman in it. This is the one I'm thinking of. I'll put it in the chat here for you. What about Adam Curtis documentaries? Yeah, I mean, those might be pretty good. I guess those woke famous people up. Power of Nightmares, that seems to be one that wakes everybody up. And those are kind of classics that have been forgotten. What's the other one that Adam Curtis did that was really popular back in the day? I forgot the name of it. Those might be good. Maybe those are better than this one, because people watch this and are going to just be like, yeah, so what? Yeah, it's Cold War. We had to do what we had to do. Ohio, what's up, man? All right. You're not going to talk. Move on. Let's see. Nathan Slippery.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was wondering, what is the Orthodox position on Messianic Jews?
Well, I mean, we don't judge individual people, but we think that the Orthodox Church is the only church. So most of those movements are sort of evangelical things operating outside of the church.
Okay, and then also in the end times when the Jews are coming to salvation, or coming into the church, when that happens, is that going to include the satanic sects of Jews, such as the Frankists and the Kabbalists?
I think it's, if you read Romans 11, Paul speaks of it like it's a, pretty wide scale national conversion. I don't know that necessarily means every single Jew, so I don't know specifically.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Armor. What's up, Armor?
Hi, Jay. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just started reading the book of the Franklin Cover-Up,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm only on chapter 3, and chapter 2. Holy crap, that was just pretty disturbing. But my question is, could you recommend any other books like the Franklin Cover-Up? And also, I guess my other question would be, what do you think about, well, not so much a question, but it just seems to me that, what the Franklin Cover-Up has me thinking is that, Epstein and Larry King and the Franklin Cover-Up, it seems like there's a lot of these guys everywhere. Epstein's kind of just like the big name we all know about, but it seems to me that these guys are pretty much everywhere, and they have connections very high up, and this thing seems to be replicated. And from what I'm understanding,
Yeah, I did a podcast the other day on 16 sex compromise operations. Did you watch that?
I didn't. I didn't get the chance to watch that.
Yeah, I don't know, a few weeks ago I did. I listed all the ones of recent note that I could think of. So you have Savile, Elm Guest House. You have King Cora scandal, King Cora Boys Home. You have Diddy as another version of this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean they replicate this model because it works. So.
Right. Okay, cool.
But also watch the talks I did on the history of sexpionage, because really, it's not. I mean, it's what the history of sexpionage is. I mean, this has kind of been going on for a long time.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So I've done recent lectures on that topic, but in a specific book on this, read the Boer book, History of Sex Espionage, or the William Gibson book, Lucifer's Lodge, which is the history of SRA in the Roman Catholic Church, which is now reprinted. So it was out of print for a long time, and now it's reprinted. But those are some examples. There's others could be given, I'm sure. What did I title that? Let me see what I titled that podcast that I did the other day. I called it... Let's see. I'm pretty sure, it was a live stream. It was called... Diddy, Savile, Franklin scandal, PSYOP patterns of the elite. And we went through 16 famous cases of this. And then beyond that, I did a talk called History of Sexpionage. Just mainline history books. This isn't even conspiracy stuff. Just like mainline. Pretty much everything I've mentioned today is like mainline. I mean, even the William Gibson book is he's a journalist who collected stories about ritual abuse in the Roman Catholic Church and wrote that book in 2003. So even that's not technically really a conspiracy book. Maybe somewhat, but... Taint, what's up?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the transcendental argument.
Okay.
And I was wondering if there was, like, a way to incorporate, like, paraconsistent logic into it.
I don't know. You have to ask FDA about that.
Because, like, in consistent logic, obviously you could have contradictions, but that would kind of solve a lot of objections and with the problem of the one and the many, and also when people bring up any contradictions that there may have in Orthodox Christianity.
Yeah, he's working actually on a paper right now about the meta-ethical justification question. So that would definitely be something to ask him because he's kind of in the midst of studying that right now. Esoteric ortho, bro. Harry Serpanos, $5. God bless you. Thank you for the good work that you do. Thank you, Harry. Appreciate that. Longtime super chatter, Harry Serpanos. Oh, I'm sorry. Anonymous also had another question. Should we be afraid of death? Not supposed to be, no. Grubbs McGee, $10. There's a Protestant soy boy. His name is Taco Talks. A Protestant soy boy named Taco Talks. He claims that I think you're saying transubstantiation is a myth, and eating and drinking any food ever is communion. Well, that seems so stupid that it's not even worth responding to. This is a new argument for me. Have you heard this before? No, sorry, I've never heard that, Grubbs McGee. I appreciate your super chat. But sometimes, look, sometimes people's positions are so stupid they're not worth refuting. I mean, the idea that all food is equivalent to partaking of the Eucharist is kind of preposterous. Not even worth anybody's time. What's up, Esoteric? You there?
Yeah, hi Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
So I just had a quick question about tag, and I watched a couple of videos, including some of your videos about it, and I understand it roughly for mathematics and objective morality, but I don't see the case for logic. So why logic would necessitate a God?
Well, I mean, just think about, say, like, law of identity. I mean, that has to universally be the case, so you need some justification for universal principles that are non-physical, immaterial, invariant, not equated to matter, so it's really no different than some kind of mathematical object or entity. It's the same principle.
Oh, yeah, but the thing is with the argument from mathematics is that math is literally infinite and it's only in the mind. As you said, there's no empirical evidence.
No, well, hold on, hold on. So
yeah.
Saying something is non-empirical doesn't entail that it's only in the mind. For example, universals, I think, have real existence. They're not only in the mind.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm mixing up things here because I'm not very versed in philosophy and also don't understand.
So in other words, the ontological status of mathematical things is the same as the ontological status of the laws of logic. They're immaterial, invariant, universal, non-physical, etc.
Okay, so as logic is non-material and presupposed for any justification of true belief within the atheistic worldview.
Or predication at all. For example, in order to have language, I need the law of identity. So the law of identity is something that's universal. It's necessary for the possibility of knowledge and predication, linguistics. Therefore, it can't be purely local. It can't be reduced to matter.
Yeah, I was specifically looking for logic because that would.
Well, the law of identity is part of logic. So 3 laws of classical logic, right, would be like law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. Those are necessary for just even any kind of basic linguistic functioning.
But just to sum it up real quick, because there's no proof for logic in the material universe, so to speak, and there's no because logic can't be purely within the human mind, because we could logically derive a word or an idea about a word without humans. It has to be within the mind of God, or...
Well, I think that's where it leads. In other words, it's not just that, well, you're just saying it has to be in God's mind. You're saying that we're saying that God is also the kind of being that could be the infinite mind, that could be the ground for something like universals and universal categories.
Okay, I guess.
I mean, my mind is finite, so how is it going to string all the particulars together to have a universal? It's not possible. Well, then how do I know universals exist? Well, if God exists and there is a divine mind, there's a basis for universals. So it's an indirect argument for what's called divine conceptualism.
Oh, okay, so that would also apply for all universals. That makes sense.
Right, universals and other types of entities or conceptual entities like numbers, laws of logic, etc.
Yeah, I think I get it. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure. Yeah, good question. Appreciate that. Ohio, you want to try again? Seraphim Webster, $10. What is your take on the schismatic, old calendarist, true Orthodox groups? I don't pay them any attention. I think that I feel sorry for a lot of the people that fall into that. Seraphim Webster, $5. Have you ever heard of the King James onlyist? Yes, of course. He said that all Bibles that aren't the 1611 King James are satanic. Yeah, I just wouldn't waste my time with that. What's up, man?
Yo, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, sweet. My mic was being a bit funny. So I'm an inquirer. I'm a huge fan of your stuff, but I've got a couple like nagging questions. They're a little bit tricky, but yeah. Do you know of I think he's Serbian, a saint called Stefan Militin? I don't know how to pronounce his last name exactly, but there's Byzantine sources that like rumored that he got married to like a very young girl and like did stuff with her basically. I'm just wondering if you know anything about that, because it's just a little bit concerning.
I've never heard of it. I don't know. You're saying a Serbian saint who married a underage girl and did something?
Yeah, it was like for political reasons. Like we don't know exactly what went on. So the argument is that if it was a Byzantine source, it could have just been like, you know, slander, because the Byzantines weren't happy about the marriage.
Okay.
But yeah, I was just wondering if you knew anything about that. If you don't, then don't worry.
I've never heard of it. No.
Yeah, and like the sources aren't that great. Like it's just, you know, obviously they have an interest in lying about him, so because you know they weren't happy with the political marriage. And then another thing is about holy fire. So, you know, I've looked into the history of it. It seems pretty solid, but they're just like, it's a bit weird that certain clergy who are like in the Holy Sepulchre and in the whole engaged in the ceremony say things about it that are like bizarre, that's not entirely miraculous and stuff like that. I'm just wondering what you think about that.
I'm not familiar with what quotes you're talking about that where they say it's not entirely, but I don't really have any. Yeah. You don't ever see me make like evidentialist arguments from Holy Fire. Yeah. So I don't have I don't have any set opinion on that because I don't know. I mean, I don't see how that would convince anybody. Like, I mean, if you're there and you have this experience, I'm not doubting your experience or calling it into question for people that have seen it and experienced that. But from a apologetic standpoint, it's like, okay, but Roman Catholics are going to say all the same types of claims about their stuff. So, like, what good does any of that kind of a thing do? It really just kind of, quote, convinces people who already have inclinations towards Orthodoxy or towards Roman Catholicism.
Yeah, they have a metaphysical commitment towards God.
Yeah, so like a Roman Catholic's going to think that, oh, well, you know, Fatima confirms, you know, what I already know to be true about Roman Catholicism. So I'll, you know.
Fatima says they're going to convert to Russian Orthodoxy, right?
Yeah. Who knows what the truth?
Yeah,
I mean, it's all over the.
But, I mean, obviously, like, probably just trans on Twitter. They like.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I like the Holy Fire had absolutely nothing to do with my conversion to Orthodoxy. So, and I'm not knocking anybody that. I'm not knocking anybody that does have that in their conversion experience. It's just it wasn't anything to do with whether I thought Orthodoxy is true or false or not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering if you had any insight on it, because essentially, like, I think every year it happens, there's always, like, tradcasts on Twitter who will, like, try and dispute it and blah, 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 and it's all back and forth.
Well, I mean, a tradcat could try to do that, but I'll do a little bit of a whataboutism here and point out that, like, all of their claims for miracles are, like, 10 times more ridiculous than anything.
Padre Pio, Stigmata is, like, mad sauce. You know,
well, the Stigmata, and also, like, did you see the one that was going around on Instagram where, like, they have a host and a monstrance, and the casing around the host starts wobbling? And they're like, miracle, it's wobbling on its own. It's like the dude's holding it and it's wobbling. I mean, it's so stupid.
What's wobbling?
The host was in a monstrance, but the casing that holds the host was wobbling because of the way the guy was holding it. Right?
Oh, so they thought that
and they thought that the host is like wobbling itself. It was so stupid. And I'm like, this is what you guys... So you guys are going to make fun of the Holy Fire, but this is what you think is a miracle? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with any miracle claim, it's not going to be, like, substantiated by, you know, evidences here or there. Or
yeah, we'll just ask a Roman Catholic if Mary appearing at Zaytun, Egypt, proves Coptic Christianity.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, fair enough. Thanks for your insight. Appreciate the stuff you do, bro.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, good questions. Right. Yeah. A lot of stuff I don't know. So, Richard, what's up, man? If I don't know something, I will just say I don't know.
Hello? You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Is it okay if I ask 2 questions?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I hear people make the claim that certain modern political ideologies such as liberalism and multiculturalism are actually the result of Christian ideals and Greek philosophy. And do they get this idea from Nietzsche? And I saw this Orthodox guy called Jim say that when it comes to communism, you can't lay the blame on the tiny hats, but rather it's the result of Greek philosophy. So what do you think about this? And are there any readings you'd suggest that refute Nietzsche's position in Genealogy of Morals?
Yeah, I read Genealogy of Morals. This is a pretty, well-known critique. I think that the way to respond to it is to point out that it's partially true because Nietzsche is responding primarily to the weak Christianity of his day and that had been already kind of suffused with German higher criticism. So what Nietzsche thinks of Christianity in his day is what he accurately says is kind of a weak loser thing. And we would agree with that. I think that his assessment is accurate. I don't think traditional Byzantine robust theology is in any way weak like he thinks. I think that we're immune somewhat to some of those criticisms. I mean, which is not to say that we can't also admit some of the criticisms even of ourselves and say, look, even Orthodox, there's a lot of gay wusses in Orthodoxy, unfortunately. So I think we can admit that. But to be more specific about the historical sources and origins of different philosophies and worldviews, I think what Jim's getting at is that communism doesn't begin, Marxism, socialism, communism doesn't begin with, rabbinic philosophies or Hermetic philosophers. It goes back to Greek philosophy. So in terms of its ancient origins, that's correct, right? Plato's kind of one of the first, you could say, proto-communists, because for the guardian class, they're supposed to have all things in common. And so the Republic becomes a model for later communists. You have medieval outbreaks of proto-communism as well, with the Thomas Müntzer rebellion, with Joachim of Fior. Those movements influence what will become socialism. Adam Weishaupt, I don't think Weishaupt was Jewish. Some people claim he was. I don't think he was. But
Trotsky.
Huh?
Or Trotsky.
Well, I'm talking obviously Trotsky was Jewish, but I'm saying the predecessors to communism are not just Jewish people. They're
I see.
they're also medieval thinkers who are hearkening back to Plato. So
I see.
Yeah, when you get to like Lenin and Trotsky, yes, they were Jewish.
Okay,
And
and
Marx.
my second.
Well, Marx was half Jewish, but yeah.
Okay, and my second question is that in America the whole idea of the melting pot and multiculturalism was created by someone named Israel Zangwill. So do you think these ideologies might be more influenced by a particular ethnic interest rather than like these things with philosophy you're talking about?
I don't think there's a single source. I mean, I know all about the history of modern communism, Marxism, socialism, and so again, some of those prominent thinkers do have a rabbinic background. There were rabbinic sources that funded and fostered Marxism and socialism, especially like in the Bolshevik Revolution, but I don't think it's limited to that. So it's not an either or. You can have ideologies that draw from multiple sources. So for example, if you look at the Polish Republic, that was an early democratic Republican type government when Poland became a republic. That Poland at that time was influenced by Jews, and they were also influenced by like I'm saying, like Neoplatonic Hermetic philosophy. So even in Byzantium, for example, you have atheistic Platonic philosophers like Platon. Platon influences Spinoza, and then Spinoza, who is booted from his synagogue, influences Weishaupt and the Illuminists in the French Revolution. So you see how it's not an either or, it's like combining influences. Right. And the reason for that is, here's the simple answer, is that medieval Jewish Kabbalism is itself a mix of rabbinic takes, Gnosticism, and Platonism.
Right. Okay. Are there any books you'd suggest on this? And have you read Culture of Critique by Kevin MacDonald? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm familiar with Kevin MacDonald. I've not read that book. I read his essays from his website many years ago. One day I was talking about fake flag events, and I think he called me an idiot, so I just kind of quit reading or interacting with this stuff. Because
are there any books you'd suggest on this topic? And I suggest reading Culture of Critique. I think it's pretty good.
Well, I think where I would disagree with him would be more so the sort of Darwinian impulses from which he derives a lot of his thought. But I've read most of the people that you would probably suggest I should read, like Francis Parker Yockey. I've read all of that. I've read Tiny Mustache Men people. I've read all of those. I've read all the people you can't talk about. I mean, I've read these people, so I know these systems and these philosophies. But
right.
And I'm familiar with E. Michael Jones's positions, and I mean, I've been reading this stuff since like 2005. So,
are there books? What's like a book?
I'm trying to think of like
besides Nietzsche.
But I mean, on like a what specific question, like the history, the origins of Hermeticism, or what?
No, like just like the philosophical influences for these political ideologies like Marxism, liberalism.
Well, the Orthodox position, probably the best modern book is Father Seraphim Rose's book, Nihilism, Roots of the Modern Revolution. That ended up converting quite a few people on the right to Orthodoxy, because I think they saw that although the right has a lot, however far you want to go, and I'm not trying to boot you, but I'm going to move on. However far you go on the right, there really doesn't seem to be a lot of answers or solutions outside of some form of a holistic worldview. And there aren't many right-wing writers that present holistic positions. And so, what are you going to base the right on? You're going to base it on biological determinism? That doesn't seem to do very well. It doesn't seem to. I mean, so what? We're going to follow JF? I mean, like, what are we going to do? We're going to be Canadian transhumanists? Like, what? How are we going to build a civilization on materialism and biological determinism, genetic determinism? Are you going to try to resurrect a third position? I mean, I think the third position has pretty much failed. So people that are still fans of the third position, I don't see how that's going to succeed or come back. So I think that what humans desire is what's more natural to them. And I understand there's ambiguity about the term natural, but that's why I've always thought that what's the most natural structure is the family. And so what's the most natural familial structure in terms of government? Well, it's monarchy. So I don't think we're going to see a return to anything traditional other than monarchy. And I don't know how that'll come about. And by the way, an imperium is just another type of monarchy. So this can have different forms. There's not one perfect pure form. So I'm not trying to argue for like what the specific perfect form of a future hierarchical civilization structure is. I don't know how that will play out, but I do see Cameron in the chat, and I think Cameron's right when he talks about we are seeing a renaissance, a rebirth of masculinity. So hopefully it will take on positive forms. And I do think that, we need to start building the structures for what's coming. Because we don't have to adopt an attitude that it's the end of the world necessarily. It may be. And guess what? If it's the end of the world, well, it's going to be the end of the world, right? You can't really stop, but you have to operate as if it's not the end of the world. And so we're going to operate as if things are going to continue on. And that means thinking about constructing and building positive things in the future, for the future. So shout out to Cameron. Go follow his channel on Men in the City on YouTube. He does a lot of videos on neo-masculinity, which we agree with, absolutely. I had one more point I was going to make about all those books, and I forgot what it was. There's not one good book. I wish there was, but I don't know. I don't know what the answer is politically, honestly. I mean, maybe it's just I don't know. Maybe it's just to freaking troll everything. Like, that's what the mode I'm in right now is trolling everything. I take inspiration from, what's the Sam Hyde? That's the answer to civilization is Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde will save us by trolling everything to death, and then we can rebuild. How's that? Now, where is this stupid thing I want to show you guys? This isn't it. This is somebody's.
1999, a solemn mass.
We were laughing about this a week ago. And is this it? Eucharistic miracle. And it's just a freaking, the guy's holding it, it wobbles. And we were dying laughing at this because the Roman Catholics were going crazy. Oh, it's a miracle. Let's see. Let me put in Eucharistic miracle. That'll go. Make it. You got to see this, though. It's pretty funny. I'm still answering questions like 3 questions back. My mind is totally dissociated between. Here it is. This is it. This was all over Instagram. And the Roman Catholics are going, oh, it's a miracle, dude. All right, so the miracle, I kid you not, is that the casing, glass or plastic, who knows what it is, that is holding the host is wobbling. Now, he's holding it, but no. It's not wobbling because he's holding it. Clearly, it's wobbling because it's a miracle. There you go. There's your Roman Catholic miracle. So there you go. Hope that convinced you of Francis's Davos Catholicism. Rachel, what's up, Rachel? By the way, I didn't know until the other day that apparently, not Bernard Lewis, Samuel Huntington. Do you know he invented the term Davos man? He's the first to use that term. I didn't know that. That's pretty crazy. There is this 1975 paper that Huntington wrote, which I got to read, by the way, because I've not read this, for the Trilateral Commission, called Crisis of Democracy. And I don't know if that's the document where he calls people Davos men, but... yes, this is it. Yep, Crisis of Democracy, key report written by Huntington and Crozier and Watanuki for the Trilateral Commission. And it sounds like a funny thing we got to read. What's up, Rachel?
Hey, Jay, I just wanted to pop in and offer a little bit of my perspective on the last question that the guy asked you about kind of where does this socialist Marxist one world government kind of stuff come from? Does it come from the tiny hat people? And the reason is because I get asked this a lot when people see my work on feminism. They go, why did you leave out this specific group of people we can't talk about? And it's not that I leave them out. It's just that the right wing right now, like you said, they're trying to figure out, like, what do we base our ideology on? And the only thing they can come up with is this group is the problem. And the thing about that is that in my research and everything I've looked at, when you're talking about any of the isms, feminism, socialism, Marxism, any of the one world government stuff, it's really not that one group, one ethnic group or anybody has a monopoly on that. In every culture and every time, going all the way back to ancient civilization, where you find these people and where these ideas come from is a hatred for hierarchy, a hatred for the natural order. It's usually people who feel like the hierarchy, like they're at the bottom, that they resent the family and the nation because those things are hierarchical. So you can look at, like, the Baha'i faith, you can look at the Quakers, you can look at the New Agers, you can look at a lot of different weird little sects all throughout the world in all different places, and they will have the same core ideas that look a lot like socialism, like Marxism, like veganism, like earth worship. And it's because it really stems from a resentment of hierarchy. So the reason certain groups appear that way and tend to jump on those bandwagons is because they do feel like maybe they don't have a homeland, maybe they don't have a place in the hierarchy that's good for them, and so these anything that overthrows the order.
You cut out for a second.
Yeah,
there. The last second there, you cut out a few seconds. Are you there?
No.
You're cutting out. Go ahead.
Sorry. Somebody keeps trying to call me. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I was just saying the common thread is usually that whatever group has a resentment toward hierarchical structures like the family and the nation because they feel like they're at the bottom of that, or maybe it doesn't work for them, or they're an out group. And so that's, for me, at least in my research, that's the thread that usually you can connect these ideas back to. It's not just one group. And that's why the right wing right now has such a hard time with, like you said, what do we base this on? Some kind of biological determinism, some kind of... Anyway, sorry about that.
Okay.
And I was just saying it doesn't work. So...
Yeah. I appreciate that.
So I don't know how much of that you caught, but that was just my idea on it. So I'll go since someone keeps trying to call me. Sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah, you can pop back in if you want to restate some of those points. Anonymous, $10. Roman Catholics venerating St. Cyprian of Antioch for centuries and then saying he never existed was made up to entertain Greek dogmatic contradictions. This is true. I don't know what you mean by Greek dogmatic contradictions. I mean, if I remember, when I was a trad cat, we were complaining in the 2000s about the fact that post-Vatican II for several people. In fact, for ecumenist reasons, they, quote, desainted St. Simon of Trent because he's not amenable to Jews. But there's others as well that post-Vatican II Catholicism had desainted. I don't even remember who all they were, but basically it's saying, oh, well, some of this is legends, and so we don't. So, I mean, I thought sainthood was part of ordinary magisterium. So, Bacon Burger, what's up, man?
Hi there.
What's up, man?
I have a question. Have you heard about youth with a mission?
Yeah, we just talked about it.
Oh, you did? Okay, so cool. Because I'm in a YWAM base right now, but I'm Orthodox catechumen.
Oh, okay. Did you ask the super chat question?
Yeah, I did, but
Okay.
I had to keep seconds there.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, so my answer was that, yeah, I mean, that's a kind of obviously an evangelical type organization that doesn't really fit with orthodoxy. So, anyway, that's the answer. Atlee, what's up, man? Yeah, I know they had de-sainted St. Christopher, but I think there's some other ones too that I think John the 23rd said were not saints anymore, whatever. So, what's up? Atlee, gonna unmute.
What's up, Jay?
What's on your mind?
I got two questions. First one's kind of quick. I'm definitely inquiring into orthodoxy. Grew up Southern Baptist, and I've watched you for a while now, and really grateful for all your work. But I did hear something the other day. I'm sure you probably talked about it before, but some evangelical gooby was saying something about James. The epistle was written before the Council of Jerusalem, and that basically debunks the authority of it. Basically, I think it's wrong, but I just wanted to.
Okay, well, who came up with that? Why would we listen to this person? I mean, that's kind of the whole idea of Protestantism, right? Is like we're going to listen to one dude over everyone else. So the entire history of the church accepts the Book of James, but we're going to listen to one Protestant dude who comes up with the idea that it was. I mean, how does he even know it was written before the Council of Jerusalem?
See, that was my question. He was talking like he was authoritatively written before, and I don't even accept that. So,
well, and even if it was, how does that tell us that it's not canonical? I mean, that's just it's a bunch of dumb assumptions.
Yeah. Okay. My part two is not a Orthodox related question, but it's kind of your opinion on what's going on internally with the Trump camp. It's more geopolitics on the J question. I noticed Kushner.
Well, I'm on YouTube, man. That's what I just said. So we can't do that topic on YouTube, man. Appreciate it though. Matt, what's up, dude?
Jay?
Mm-hmm.
I've got to go quick, that's why I put my hand up, but I just wanted to ask you a question on perichoresis and the indwelling of the Holy Spirit. Just in regards to the essence and energies distinction, is it by energies that the Holy Spirit indwells with the believer, like according to like John 17 and in John 14 as well?
Well, perichoresis is typically describing the relationship of the divine persons and their indwelling one another. So it's also used in Christology to describe the interpenetration of the two natures in Christ incarnate. It may be at some point used about the indwelling. I'm not aware of that in terms of the individual believer, but yeah, the presence and the participation that we have in God is at the level of energy, not at the level of hypostasis or essence.
Okay, excellent. And I just want to say, the music that you've been making, especially with the beats of you're a goblin, a demon, a boomatard, got stuck in my head the whole day.
I don't know who made that. That was made by a guy who was making at one point joke songs about me and Tristan. When we were debating the vegans, he was making a bunch of vegan beats. So shout out to that guy. I don't know what his name is, but yeah, he was making good beats. So thank you for that, Matt. Grant, what's up, dude? So come on, guys, we're on YouTube. Obviously, you know, you can't. There's topics that you can't cover on YouTube. So, what do you expect? What's up, man?
Hey, Jay. I just had two quick questions. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for everything you do. Truly revived my whole worldview on how I looked at things, all of Orthodoxy. So thank you so much. I'm inquiring. I still need to become a catechumen and eventually get baptized, but just want to say thank you. I'll try to be super precise and quick. First question was, from listening to you, I was curious, everything ultimately, when you go down to its core, it does come down to presuppositions, worldviews, ideologies, and dogmatic structures, correct? Like at its core.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Protestant sect, which I was kind of in and out of, like a majority of Americans, their ideology at its core would be rooted in relativism, correct?
I don't know that a Protestant necessarily is rooted in relativism. Their position might eventually lead to that if they're consistent with it, but I don't think most Protestants would say they're relativistic, so I'm not sure what you mean.
Just because, like, technically they're picking and choosing from the original system.
Well, I mean, I think most Protestants would say they do not believe in, you know, relativistic ethics or that knowledge is purely relative, but at a theological level, they would be inconsistent, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to understand. Like, as a holistic system, their system obviously was born from this system or rooted in it, and they're just picking and choosing.
Yeah, I think so.
Got it. Sweet. Copy that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good questions,
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think Protestantism is unwittingly relativistic, but not intentionally relative. Maybe that's a good way to put it. I don't know what you're talking about, that I'm avoiding Rachel's question. I mean, Rachel was cutting in and out, and she said she had to go, and I said she can come back. I just didn't catch the question. There's like 20 different things going on. I'm reading super chats. I've got people messaging me, and I'm trying to manage the chat. So, like, he doesn't want to answer Rachel's question. We got him. Like, the weird shit people jump to is so stupid. Gunk.
Jay.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, man? I appreciate all that you do. I've been watching your content for a few months, and it's been definitely working on me, changing my perspective. You know, I'm really caught up on. I don't know. I feel so enticed to join Freemasonry. I know you're pretty against it, but
are you trolling?
No. I'm just a little nervous. My first time talking, so.
Well, why would you want to join Freemasonry if you're familiar with my material?
Well, I know. I've read your article, your free article on your website about it, and I know it probably has some, undertone of Satanism and Luciferianism. Right. I just wanted to know your thoughts. Like, what's like the main reason why I shouldn't join Freemasonry?
All right, moving on. Troll, I knew it. Now, you can tell immediately from the tone of the voice, I really like your content. I want to be a Freemason. I don't know what free article he's talking about. Like, I've been criticizing Masonry for ages, so. Rachel, someone thinks that I avoided your question. You cut in and out, so I didn't even hear a question. I'm not knocking you. I just literally didn't hear a question. And if you did ask a question, I was distracted. So Rachel, would you like to come back and ask a question? If indeed you did ask a question, because 2 nerds in the chat are convinced that I didn't want to answer your question and you scared me and I ran from you.
No. That was not a Jay Dyer fail. That was a me fail.
Well, it was somebody calling and you were cutting out, is all.
Yeah. My dad's in the hospital right now, and so I had
sorry.
people calling. Yeah, he's doing better. He's gonna pull through. It's been a rough couple days, but he's gonna pull through. He's pretty much out of the woods, so glory to God for that. No, that was not Jay avoiding me. That was somebody trying to repeatedly call. And all I was saying was that the thing that all these ideologies and isms have in common, at least from my perspective in my research, is that they tend to be people who feel disaffected by hierarchies.
Right. I agree.
And so they tend to dislike the nation, the family.
Look, we all see this right now. I'm not trying to cut you off, but like, is this not obvious to everybody that most of the people who are involved in like SJW activities are like freaks? Come on.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and that includes some groups that we, sometimes we can't talk about because they feel, like the perpetual victim class, we get kicked out of everywhere, that sort of thing. I know it's hard to talk about, but I was saying it's not that we're avoiding the question. It's just that those people, in my experience, they jump on these bandwagons for that reason. It doesn't mean it all comes from them. It doesn't mean all those ideologies originate with those people. These are ideologies you find everywhere in every culture throughout history. Anywhere that there's a group that feels disaffected by hierarchy and wants to overturn the hierarchy.
Yeah, also, like, blaming Jews for everything makes Jews, like, mythically deified. Like, they can control, like, they're these master controllers that literally control the universe. And, like, that to me seems like there's no single entity that's able to do that. Now, there are powerful entities. There are mobsters and there are AIPAC, and there's these things that have power that influence governments and influence our government and so forth, and they're tied into operations and intelligence stuff. Sure. But, I mean, if you look at, say, what we cover in the Rhodes, Rothschild, Milner circles, I mean, that's pretty clearly like a conglomeration of a power block, right? So, anyway, let's keep it to, we're on YouTube. I don't know. Rachel, did you want to say some more stuff? I'm not trying to, I don't understand why this chat thinks that, like, I'm being rude to Rachel and that I'm trying to talk over her and shut her down. Rachel, you can say whatever you want. I'm not trying to, this is like, did people not know that I've known you and Andrew for a long time? This is ridiculous.
I don't know.
Those are retards in my chat today.
Yeah, I know. They find me too. I don't know what it is about me, but I just attract them. But no, I was just saying.
No, these are people that are thinking that I am shutting you down and not letting you talk, and I'm talking over you, and this is ridiculous.
No, that's ridiculous. No, Jay's correct, and all I was saying is associating certain people with those ideologies doesn't mean they're the ones who invented it for the purpose of whatever you think it is. It's just that, of course, they're attracted to those ideologies. They jump on those bandwagons. They join those revolutions anywhere that they happen because they are people who feel disaffected by hierarchies. They feel like they're the constant out-group and that they need to do whatever they have to do to survive, and they're perpetual victims. And so, but it's every other group, right? It's all these SJW groups. It's like the anarchists, it's the feminists, it's the socialists. And if you know, this is why it's great to know history, because you can spot these patterns then and see that the ideology isn't biological. Like, don't affirm the magic DNA theory.
That's what I think is the issue, is that what happens is that the more that you go in that direction, which is partially correct, you end up with a position that people's problems are biologically determined. That's where that position leads. And I don't believe in that. So does this chat not know? I've already debated Nick Fuentes. I don't know where these people are coming from. You need to debate Fuentes. I've already debated Nick Fuentes. Come on.
Yeah. Andrew and I agree with Jay's position. So if you think he's shutting me down, that would be silly, because we've had this fight with people over and over again as well. And so, yeah. just agreeing with you there and just trying to help people understand that it doesn't originate with these folks. They just tend to like these ideologies because it fits with that anti-hierarchical mindset that they tend to often have. And you can see it in all these other groups as well.
Yeah,
So
it's, Nietzsche is right when he talks about ressentiment, right? Ressentiment is not, only the provenance of Jews. Like,
right.
Anybody in any group can have resentment. In that Nietzsche says, thank you, Rachel. Sapphire, what's up, man? debate leave and cleave. I want to debate the former CIA Karen Boomer woman in this documentary. Actually, we'd probably be on the same page on a lot of things. Sapphire, you have to unmute. What's up?
Hey, Jay. First, I just want to say congrats on the shout out on Rogan. That's huge.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate Sam Tripley doing that. That was cool of him to do that.
Yeah, that's a real friend, bro. That's real stuff. I was going to ask, I've been in an argument with a friend of mine about democracy for a while. I was just curious, do you think it's a good system of government? What's your take on that?
Of course not.
Yeah. That was the thing. I think it's rule of the midwit, right, is the thing.
I think it necessitates lowest common denominator, and then by necessity within it is it's the own engine of democracy, basically making everybody stupider, more debased to create a collective. And so, even the ancient Greeks critiqued democracy as basically leading to mobocracy and anarchy, collapse.
Yeah. So if I had to ask you, what would be your preferred system of government?
I just said an hour ago, monarchy.
My bad. I joined pretty recently.
I've done all. There's tons of critiques of all this stuff, even still up on the channel. I'm not fussing at you. I'm just saying, it would be nice if we lived in a world where you could just freely talk about, what you think. Reality, guys, is that we don't live in that world. Right? It would be nice if we did live in that world, but we don't. So you can't just freely talk about anything you want to talk about on platforms, and everybody knows this. And then people blame me. It's my fault. You won't talk about blah, blah, blah. He won't talk about things that will immediately get his channel shut down. What a coward, as I say this from an anonymous profile with 60 followers. Yeah, right. Aslan, what's up? Look, Van Damme is the answer to how do we resurrect civilization? Well, Van Damme called out Rothschilds. How about that? We need more Van Damme. How's that? What's up?
Hey Jay, my name's Vince, but I'm in this education account thing that I've made. But I had a question about Second Council of Nicaea with the statement about icon veneration going back to the apostles. So I'm basically coming out of Protestant the last 5 years, I would say, partly through your stuff, Lord of Spirits podcast, some stuff from NT Wright, and even the Bible Project guys. There's a lot of overlap of Protestant scholarship kind of unpacking the false, reformers kind of dichotomies with things.
Yeah.
But in terms of how to approach my Protestant friends who are bombarding me with church fathers quotes and claims that there is no material evidence in the first at least 3 centuries of actual icon veneration, I put it back to them that, okay, you're basically picking and choosing facts from history that support your own view. So why?
Well, first of all right, so yeah, we've dealt with this objection many times. The Protestant himself, no Protestants hold themselves to that standard because there is no list of the Protestant canon of Scripture in the first 3 centuries either. So they have a double standard to where they say, well, I don't need that. That's not necessary. But you do have to have a written proof of iconography. Well, it's an argument from silence. Maybe it wasn't even an issue of debate yet, because what I do have is actual evidence of liturgical worship and churches built with altars, which itself is, again, you don't have a church with an altar and with, liturgical worship in an iconoclastic church. That doesn't really exist.
Yeah, so that was part of my questions. Would you even bother to address material evidence like the Dura Europa synagogue and house churches, or
Yeah.
do
I
you
think
just
those
say,
things
okay,
are.
look, your position is, circular and self-compromise?
I would
so
argue
I
both.
don't-
I would make both claims. I would say on the critique side, internal critique of your position, you have a double standard. You don't require that for your own epistemic, starting point with the scriptures. But you have that standard for me. And on top of that, I can also give you multiple instances where there are types of iconography or imagery. For example, the real presence. The real presence is another type of iconography because no iconoclast believes in the real presence.
Yeah, so he'll grant that, so the theological, philosophical underpinnings of the theology of iconography, that, the worship and veneration given to the prototype goes to the type, but because Nicaea II anathematizes based on this idea that if you reject that, it goes all the way back to the apostles. He's saying then you would have to prove that the exact practice of veneration of maybe that particular type of iconography. So I know, Seraphim Hamilton.
Okay, well, what about the cross? I mean, the cross is venerated in the 2nd and 3rd century. So why isn't is the veneration of the cross good enough or not?
And I think they also speak about the signet rings are a type of icon that the fathers spoke about, that you were allowed certain types of signet rings with certain images, which represented the cross.
How about I just argue from the Bible that the Bible has in the temple iconographic imagery that the Jews prostrate in Joshua before the ark and before the temple.
Right. So any object, right, that bowing and veneration or kissing can be, that is sort of like the acorn in seed form that could develop and flourish into a fuller type of liturgical worship. So even if they didn't have paintings in, the Orthodox iconographic style, you have that in seed form almost.
Absolutely,
in these other practices.
Joshua rent his clothes, and he fell upon the earth before the ark of the Lord, and all the elders of Israel as well, and they put dust upon their heads. So they're prostrate before the Ark of the Covenant, which has 2 giant angels on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's prostration before an icon.
Yeah. He mentioned, the same friend of mine, that in a debate with Ibarra, you did concede. Now, I didn't check the actual source, but I don't think he's making stuff up, but he said you conceded that there could be development or accretion in terms of types of practice.
No, I didn't. I wasn't talking about liturgical worship. In fact, I argue against Ibarra on that point. In other words, it's not liturgical worship itself, because Ibarra will say that we can prove doctrinal development by citing the Seventh Ecumenical Council and the accretions of iconographic worship. I argued against Eric because I said, Eric, you haven't read the Seventh Ecumenical Council, because it argues that it is not a development. It argues that it is the apostolic tradition. So Eric contradicts the actual claims of the Seventh Ecumenical Council because he hadn't read it in terms of its theology, because all he ever reads and all he cares about is wherever there's papal quote mines. He doesn't read or care about the theology. So the theology of the Seventh Council, however, itself says, no, we are tracing this development via tradition back to the apostles. That's what the Seventh Council claims. But Eric thinks that, well, you can't actually prove it, so it's an example of doctrinal development. And so therefore the papacy can develop. That's the line of argument that Ibarra had. I disagree with the whole line of argumentation, because the idea of iconographic worship is itself out of temple and synagogue worship. It's not a new principle invented by the apostles. It's actually, if you are familiar with your Old Testament, there's always these holy objects in matter which is able to convey grace throughout the Old Testament. So it's the Old Testament that is the proof of iconoclasm, not supposed traditions about this or that thing. That's dubious. What I was talking about was, yeah, you could have a development, quote unquote, in the sense of did the apostles in the first century, did they celebrate the Triumph of Orthodoxy Sunday? Well, obviously not, because they had not experienced the triumph of Orthodoxy. So
Right.
there's a new calendar celebration called Triumph of Orthodoxy, but that doesn't mean the doctrine develops. That's how silly the argument is from Ibarra.
Yeah, and just last question is, okay, in the language of that, the tradition goes back to the apostles in Nicaea 2. Are they referring to the theological principles of that tradition, which can be practiced in different forms, like decorating the altar and raising the cross? Or do they literally mean that there were iconographic paintings that were bowed to and kissed? And I understand that that is more of a honoring toward a friend, even like the kiss, a holy kiss. And
it's a great question, and I'm not sure off the top of my head which thing they're referencing when they say that, but I don't think it matters, because the whole principle, I think, is the equivalent. I think that Joshua bowing and prostrating before the ark is equivalent to reverencing an icon, because we argue that the bodies of the saint, or relic, the bodies of the saints are living arks.
And do you think that the relics were also sort of venerated in the Old Testament? I know,
yeah,
like
the bones of Elisha, right? Well, yeah, because the Jews still revere the tombs of the prophets. So yes.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Thanks, man. That's really helpful.
Yeah. Have you? So I think what's a really good book that's overlooked on this is, have you read the Hugh Wybrew book, Byzantine Liturgy?
I started it, and it was when I was like new to Orthodoxy, and it was just, there were too many things that I didn't understand.
So go back to that and read the first and second chapter, because it actually gives early 1st, 2nd, 3rd century evidence for a lot of this stuff.
Cool. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, great questions. Appreciate that. It's funny, I was thinking, by the way, I want to remind people, we will be doing an Icon conference in a 2 weeks. 2 weeks here in Florida. The link for the Icon conference is in the show description. FDA will be presenting a paper on iconographic theology. I will be giving an apologetic defense. Father Vladimir will be giving a talk on Rublev's Trinity icon, and Father Theodore will be giving a talk on mystical and practical implications of iconography. So it's going to be a fun one-day conference. There are the tickets right there for that. We've been going for almost 3 hours, so we're probably going to wrap it up pretty soon. Hopefully you guys have had a good time tonight. I know I have. We had interesting callers and chats. It was atypical, which is good. I like the atypical stuff. What the title of the show means is a shout out on the Rogan show, not that Rogan shouted me out. What's up? George, are you there?
Yeah. So I'm only calling in. I'm in agreement, but just because you posted open discussion,
sure.
I'm not sure if that guy's still listening. But something that was huge for me, at least being convinced of this stuff, is realizing the question of normative authority, and like that when you take the evidentialist approach, like it has a power to be compelling, but like ultimately you're basically supplanting the church's role as pillar and ground of truth with some sort of secular methodology. Like the way of adjudicating heterodoxy versus orthodoxy is now basically some sort of godless methodology that anyone could use. Some atheists could say, actually, this is what the church believed, and the church can't even witness to itself as to what it believed.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's kind of where it leads, is like this basically, it's not actually the church that has authority. We're all under the same basically academic authorities. So it really just puts all the power in the hands of academia to delineate all areas of life in terms of what's true and false. So academia is going to tell you which texts are true and which ones are false in terms of the Bible.
Yeah, and you can kind of see people's motivations too when you get deep into the discussions with people, when they ask for some sort of evidence with some arbitrary line of reliability, like, okay, give me this thing before the 600s, and then you go, okay, like here's something from the 300s, and then they go, oh, okay, like that's not good enough. Give me something from the 200s, and they keep moving this to the point where you've got people like Redeem Zoomer who
it's moving the goalposts, right?
Yeah, he's like, oh, they didn't teach bishops, and then you show him St. Ignatius, and he goes, oh, well, actually, it was an accretion that was pretty much like right after the apostles, and so there is no convincing these people. At least in that front, it's very difficult.
Well, I mean, Redeem Zoomer, last I heard, had given up. So, I mean, I don't know if he's still. Thank you for that, George. I don't know if he's still in giving up phase, but he felt like more people were converting to things other than Protestantism under his watch. So, Jonathan, I think another thing too is youth. When we're 20, 22, 23, 24, we are very zealous and we think we have it all figured out. And we don't even know yet how much we don't know. So by the time you're 45, you realize, man, there's so much I don't know. But you know a lot more than you do or did when you were 25. And so, yeah, that's another element to this. What's up, man?
Hey, good evening.
Yo.
Good evening.
What's on your mind?
So, just something that I've noticed. It's a discussion trend, very popular on. I want to make sure it's appropriate to talk about first. Is immigration okay to talk about? Mass immigration?
No, I don't think on YouTube we can't really go there. No.
Okay. No worries then. I was just.
It's all good. Yeah, I think hot button topics really aren't. It's not the platform for that. But Seraphim.
Hey man, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm driving right now, so my mic not be the best quality. I just want to say it's really funny you mentioned that about Redeem Zoomer. I was raised non-denominational, kind of Protestant, and then his videos brought me back to the faith, but it led me to Orthodoxy, so it's kind of counterintuitive to his message.
Yeah, I guess there was too many people converting to Orthodoxy, so he's like, I'm going to quit.
Yeah, you got to put it down at that point. Hey, yeah, my question, so I'm actually about to start my catechism at Father Josiah Trenum's parish over at St. Andrews, and I had sent you a super chat in reference to the old calendarists. I know you kind of just like glanced it over. You said I don't really give them much thought. Being an inquirer about to start my catechism, though, it's kind of like I want to get a good argument against it because I see them a lot on my algorithm, and it seems like their arguments are very compelling. How we have like an ecumenical heresy sort of in the church. I've seen
right, but
like
it's a false but it's a false solution. So you can have people who have correct critiques, but then the solution is to create a rival episcopate, and you don't see in the history of the church the saints erecting and creating parallel rival episcopates, and that's the problem. So identifying a real problem, but then having the wrong answer to a real problem. Savia, what's up? And those groups are, I mean, a lot of this stuff, people like this, a lot of this stuff is only online. It's like sedevacantism. It's like you think that it's this, powerful movement, and it's like 5 weirdos in a trailer park. It's not a real thing, dude.
Hey, how you doing, Jay?
Yo.
Yeah, I have 2 questions just regarding the critiques. What is your, all right, if you have like books or like past essays or past lectures you've done on this, what are the critiques of natural law theory and unjustified presuppositionalism? And not the Van Til, Greg Bahnsen ones, regarding atheists that held to a unjustified presuppositional worldview.
I don't understand the question. Atheists who believe in a form of presuppositionalism?
Yeah, I just spoke to an atheist who said he works off of an unjustified presuppositional worldview, and I just want to know what the critiques of that are, and also natural law theory.
Okay, well, I mean, if he can come to a debate and say that he has unjustified presuppositions, then so can you, and then debate's not really possible. So if we're allowed to bring that to a debate, then just say, okay, well, God's my unjustified presupposition. So, but I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work in debate to say that, oh, well, I just have a worldview that doesn't require justification. So, I mean, it's kind of silly. But natural law theory, I mean, I've got multiple lengthy, long live streams. The very first page, you go down to the bottom of my front page, at the very bottom, there's a lecture series where I critique natural law at the very bottom. Kamaka, what's up?
Hey Jay, how are you?
So people are asking about, so the round table that we're going to do with Shamoon about Catholic stuff is postponed because Ubi's debate with Ibarra is postponed because of the hurricane, because Eric Ibarra lives somewhere in Florida. So we had these hurricanes, and that postponed his flight to be on Matt Fradd's podcast to debate Ubi. So they rescheduled it for the future. The roundtable debate will be after that, whenever that is, sometime maybe December, January. What's up, man?
Hey man, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Forgive me if my speaking is a little bit disjointed. I'm not necessarily the best speaker, but so I've been inquiring into Orthodoxy, and going along to liturgy for about 6 months, looking into it for about 2 years now, and my family is it's pretty much non-denominational. Really, some of them are like mega church type Christians, others are more evangelical Pentecostal types, and I've been talking to them over the last little while, especially more now that my journey's become a little bit more serious, and they've been kind of inquiring into why I see Orthodoxy as the truth. And I guess my big main point is that I believe that Christ established the church, and along with that church came authority given to the apostles. And in this sense, that authority, or at least in one sense, that authority was given to define and reject doctrine. And so any church that isn't in unity with the apostolic teaching is fundamentally an error. And that authority was passed down through apostolic succession, basic stuff. But I kind of present a syllogism to them, kind of clearly going through in what I think is a logically consistent way. And it's really hard for me to argue against them because they almost pretty much what they say is God is bigger than human understandings. So like, yeah, there could be this thing of succession that's useful for finding the true church or whatever, but God is bigger than everything we can understand, and God works in ways that we don't understand. So
well, I would say, like, politely, how do you know that? Like, how do you know that that's the case?
Well, I kind of do allude. Are you talking to me or to them?
To you.
To me about
them.
Wait, hang on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
You said that you have family members that are evangelical, and when you say apostolic succession, they say God's bigger than that. And I'm saying, why don't you just ask them things like, what does that mean? How do you know that God is bigger than that? How do you know God didn't lay down apostolic succession as the way to know the church?
Yeah, and I kind of do allude to that, and they basically tell me that their personal experience with the church, and they've seen miracles throughout their journey, so that kind of proves that God is working and stuff like that. And I don't really know how to argue against that, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, you may be dealing with somebody where, maybe logical argumentation is not going to reach that kind of person, right? I mean, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. And I'm sorry if that might not be like the answer that you're looking for, because, I was trying to get at that earlier with the guy talking about like evangelical or, evidentialist, arguments, or the guy talking about holy fire, or what about Roman Catholics claiming miracles? It's like, do we see the inadequacy of this, right? This evangelical says, I've seen miracles in my life, so I know my evangelical position is true. It's confirmed by the miracles. Oh, well, I'm a Roman Catholic. I saw the Eucharist wobble in the monstrance, so I know Roman Catholicism is true. It's a miracle. Oh, well, the holy fire makes Orthodoxy true, so I'm becoming more. It's like, it's not that those things aren't necessarily signs, or that there can't be those. So I don't think the wobbling Eucharist is a sign or whatever. But I mean, but those things can't be the things that prove or are the like final arbiter, because everybody will claim this. See how this doesn't work? As it's just not a very good. I think it's true that the correct position will have miracles, but you can't make so-called miracles the thing that determines the true and false position, because everybody's going to claim this. I mean, even like Sai Baba and like, you know, weird gurus claim miracles. I don't think Sai Baba really did miracles, but I mean, people that follow the gurus will say, I saw that Sai Baba do the miracle. He took the stones from here and pulled them out of his butt. How did he do that without miracles, buddy? Disprove miracles. F you, buddy. F you, buddy. Bloody F you, buddy. Miracles right there. Proof. Okay, so is that proof? Sincere hypocrite. What's up, dude? Bloody F you, buddy. That's the censored version. Okay, have a good day. Are you there? What's up? Dude's been emojiing for the last 3 hours, and now his thing won't connect. Go on. Why would I go on Fish Tank, bro? Fish Tank is for crazy freaks, dude. I'd love to go back on PGL. Look, I think there should be some kind of like contest. I told Sam this, like Sam should do a show or an episode or like a, I don't know, installment of what if there was a tryouts to be the new MDE member. And I mean, maybe that's not feasible. Maybe they don't want a new MDE member, which is fine. But what if there was a new MDE member? That could be a funny skit even, right? Like tryouts to be the new member of MDE. And it could be a bunch of ridiculous, I don't know, crazy shit to do tryouts or something. But you could have me, you could have Wack, you could have BG Cumby, you could have different people trying out. It'd be like a Joe Rogan, you know, what's that show where Joe Rogan made people eat bugs or whatever? Survivor, but with Joe Rogan on an island eating bugs. I don't know. What's that show? I'm going blank on Joe Rogan's show. Fear Factor. Fear Factor to become the 4th member of MDE. Or some, I don't know, something crazy like that. I thought it was a funny idea, but because somebody was like, you should go back on, you should be on MDE. I'd love to be on there, dude. I would take that. Let's do it. Tell Sam Hyde to make me the 4th member of MDE. I think I have funny ideas. I believe in myself. You want to try again? Sincere hypocrite. What's up, dude? Fish Factor.
Can you hear me now?
What's up? Yeah, I can hear you.
So I just wanted to ask a quick geopolitical question. So I don't really like the weird Islam-Christian alliance, but sometimes I look at countries like Russia and they helped out with Syria, for example. So, like, where is the line between the weird Chrislam and just diplomacy, for example?
Well, I don't think the type of Islam I mean, Assad is Awalite or whatever. So I don't think, I mean, they're against ISIS. They were against the radical Islam. So,
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is on geopolitical. I mean, obviously, at that level, nation states are going to have to make compromises and, you know,
right.
I don't like the idea of Russia building mosques. I think that's a dumb idea, but I don't know. It's a really tough question. There is no easy answer to that.
All right, well, thanks. And my catechesis is going to start, I think, in January. So
oh, cool.
Thank you for getting me into orthodoxy.
Yeah, man. That's really cool. Glad to hear that. I mean, I wish I had better answers. And I think that's why, you know, as you get older, you kind of like geopolitical type stuff, because you realize that it's complex and there's not easy answers and there's not black and white simple solutions. And I don't know what the answer is to maybe because I think a lot of people don't know what Islam really teaches. Like from the outside, people think, oh, Islam is, it's like this conservative force that, maintains basic gender roles and whatever. But when you really look at and get inside of Islam, and this has nothing to do with like anything neocon, right? Like 10 years ago when I was reading a bunch of stuff about Islam and geopolitics, I didn't know Islam was an insane cult. I thought, oh, it's just, one of the world religions and it's monotheism, blah, blah, blah. And then you realize, no, it's actually insane. Like, it's a completely wacko cult. And it's very useful for state manipulation as well. So, and that has nothing to do with like being influenced by neocons or anything like that. So, Matt P, what's up? What's up, Matt P?
Hey, Jay. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
I just heard you talking about academia and leaving everything in the hands of academia and how that could turn insane, to be honest with you.
Right.
And last time I had called in, or one of the times I called in, I had mentioned ascetical theology. And you're familiar with the heart and is considered the place of the divine knowledge in Orthodoxy.
Right.
And now, that's just not an emotional center. The noose is that way, too, as you know. So, consequently, and I wanted to share this with you because I remember many years ago conversing with some Protestants, and there was a group of them that rose up against the Theotokos. They would say things like, oh, she's a sinner, No, I'm cradle, like everybody else, That's what they would say. And I'm cradle Orthodox, so I'm Chesney Shua Cherubim, and more honorable than the cherubim. And in the West, that would be, what do they call it, the Magnifica,
Yeah.
Where it ends with all generations will call me blessed.
Right.
Well, they're of a generation that is not calling her blessed. They're rising up against her. So from an ascetical perspective, Jay, and this is why I think it's important, in the kingdom of heaven, you're not going to have people rising up saying she's a sinner just like us. You know that. Mm-hmm. But they don't know that. They don't know that they're going to hear more honorable than the cherubim. You're familiar with it.
Yeah, the liturgy, right.
Right. So they don't know that. So the same thing with iconography. And by the way, I'm an iconographer.
Oh, cool.
It's very bizarre to me because I'm cradle Orthodox. So, I grew up there. But if you love somebody, it's not, when I have icons in my house, and when I come in the door, I have an icon of Christ. It's just like natural to say a prayer and kiss the icon, That's just my way of life. So I don't understand especially with the Old Testament testifications or testifying to the veneration of material objects. And to me, it's actually, and I think St. John of Damascus, it's anti-incarnational.
Absolutely.
The basis of it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So you got that baseline. It's anti-incarnational. So now they're anti-Eucharist too. They don't believe in the Eucharist and the real presence.
It goes together.
Yeah. So these things are connected. And in Orthodox iconography, and this in a church, you'll frequently see icons, and then you'll see a vine connecting all the saints, and everything's connected together by vines.
Mm-hmm.
Now we don't venerate the vine, but that vine is symbolic of us. We're all connected. And the symbolism within the Orthodox Church is so detailed. There's somebody, let me think of his name, Jonathan something, I think. He speaks a lot about
Pajot.
Pregu?
Pajot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he says things that are frankly mind-blowing, He talks about things I never really thought of, but he's right on in so many ways. So the idea that, how can I put this? It's anti-incarnational to the point of severing them from the Eucharist. So this is a really serious thing, Jay.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you don't eat my body, and Christ said, if you don't eat my body and you don't eat my blood, you have no life in you. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they one of the apostles, I think, said this is a hard saying, and some of them left him at that point. Correct?
Correct. John 6. Yep.
Okay. So that they leave him. What did Christ say? Leave them go their way, though. I forget, Jay. I'm getting old. I don't.
Well, he says to the apostles, "Do you wish to leave too?" And Peter says, "Where else would we go? You have the words of eternal life."
Right. So yeah. So basically, Peter is saying,
"There's nowhere else to go. Like, no, we're not going to leave." Yeah.
Well, there is somewhere else to go, and it's not in a good spot. And so to all of our Protestant friends out there who are sincerely very good-hearted people, I play golf with some of them. They're fantastic, but they're just led astray. And the sick thing about it, Jay, is they lead other people astray. And that's like an additional issue. So thanks for your good work, but I just wanted to add to that.
No, that's a great important. We have to keep that in mind. I appreciate that, Matt. First of all, like he said, Protestantism and Catholicism have both lost the ascetical basis of how we live, and on top of that, they've lost the noetic idea that it's not ultimately intellectual problems that are the root of things. There are intellectual problems, but the real root isn't primarily intellectual. It's a heart issue, and that's kind of what that's how we would read Romans 1. And then on top of that, this is a unique way to think about it that I never really thought about. Iconoclasm is unloving. And I think that's what Matt's point was, is that there's a natural affinity between iconodualism and the way that you would show love for loved ones when you kiss the image of a loved one that passed away or something like that. It's the same idea with the reverence passing from the type to the prototype. So I don't think we usually think of it like that. Like, did you ever think of iconoclasm being unloving? And by the way, what's the largest iconoclastic religion on the face of the planet? Well, it just happens to be the one that rejects the belief that God is love, and believes that we are slaves, and believes in literal, like, terror, jihad. And yes, the Quran does in multiple places teach that. So iconoclasm is satanic, ultimately, because look at the world. God created a world with beauty in it, and yet God wars against religious beauty and aesthetics. It makes absolutely no sense. And so it's Gnostic, you see. There's a hatred of matter and of the world that underlies iconoclasm, and ultimately Protestantism, whether it knows it or not, is infected with the same neo-Gnostic, iconoclastic hatred of matter based on their misreadings of the Old Testament. John? You gotta unmute.
Hey, am I good to speak?
Yeah.
I had a couple questions for you to help refine some apologetics. Is that okay with you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so my first thing is that is God above the laws of logic?
I think in our view we would say they are a reflection of the divine mind, but he can't be reduced to them or equated to them. So they would be like one of the divine rays, so to speak, that you read about in Dionysius.
So, for example, like God could violate the law of non-contradiction, right?
Well, No, I didn't say he could violate it, because we're told that God, it's that rather that he transcends the laws from an ontological perspective. That doesn't mean that he lies, because we know that Paul says that it's impossible for God to lie. But because logic is something that's for the created realm, there can be things that occur that appear to transcend what's called the antinomies from our perspective. So there wouldn't be contradictions, but there are things that are paradoxes or mysteries.
So would you say the laws of logic apply or can be defined as the parameters to our reality?
Yeah, like they're the sort of the structures that underlie the created world. But that God, because he transcends those things, for example, in the incarnation, the two natures of Christ interpenetrate one another without diminution, separation, or division or dissolution. So that is a problem in terms of, say, Aristotelian identity law thesis, because in Aristotelian substance theology, you can't have two substances in one substance. So the incarnation is not possible if you're a strict Aristotelian.
Interesting. Okay, and then is God the good himself, or is he controlling what is good?
The good is an energy of God.
What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, I mean, God is who we know God is the way that he reveals himself to us. And so we start with divine revelation for knowing God. We don't start with metaphysical systems or pagan philosophers. We start with divine revelation, and divine revelation tells us that God has various attributes which the scriptures themselves call energies. So have you read, for example, in Thessalonians, or say 1 Corinthians 12 and 13, or maybe the Septuagint version of the Old Testament, when God appears? For example, it says that when God appears to Moses in Exodus, it says that the goodnesses, plural, of God passed by Moses. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
So when you look up those passages in the Septuagint, or even, I forget what words used in the Hebrew, but in the Greek Septuagint, it's energeia, which are energies.
All right, and my last question is it enough to have faith, or do you have to have belief in God?
Are you Catholic?
No, as of now, I'm non-denominational, but I'm deciding.
Okay, well, I saw what your profile said, so I assumed you're like a Catholic. But no, I think, faith, there's different words in the New Testament, pistis, for what different terms that are used for faith. And saving faith is not something notional or mental. It's as Paul says, faith working through love. Are you there?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, so we would say, like Paul says, I think it's in Corinthians, that, or is it Galatians, that faith working through love is what counts.
All right, thanks for answering my questions.
Sure. Yeah, good questions. I thought he was going to be a trad cat, like bringing a bunch of heat. So I was like trying to like situate the answer, but he just had questions, which is fine. But I thought he was going to bring a bunch of heat. Timalia Crypto. And you can see here, just from Strong's, the usages of energeia in, this is just the New Testament. I don't know if Strong's has the Septuagint. Well, it says Septuagint. Let's see if it's in here. I don't think that's correct, because I'm pretty sure energeia is used in the Septuagint. What's up, man? Are you there? You gotta unmute. You gotta unmute, dude. What's up? Interesting. So apparently energate is not in the Septuagint. I know Dr. Bradshaw talks about this, but I don't remember what word is used for goodnesses in Exodus. That'd be interesting word study to do. Okay, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, man?
How's it going, Jay? Yeah, I'm calling from New Zealand. I've heard you a lot on Alex Jones quite a bit. I've watched you, for at least 4 years now.
Oh, cool.
It's very interesting.
Man? Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of, sorry, I'm a bit shy myself.
It's okay.
With Jesus, he's the firstborn of creation. I think that's what sets him apart from Buddha, Krishna, and all these other religions. In Colossians it says that he's the firstborn of creation. So, and God created him first before he created the sun and everything else. So, while he was by his side, that's when he created everything else. And that's what sets him apart from all other, from Muhammad and Krishna.
Yes.
Do you understand it that way? Do you understand it that way, or?
Yeah, I think Hebrews 1 is arguing that the Son is superior to the angels because the Son created the angels.
Yeah.
And all things that come to be through the Son, so therefore the Son is the creator.
Yeah. That's the way I understand too, and I think that's what a lot of people miss.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's what sets him apart from everything else, as far as I know it.
Yeah, exactly. Would definitely agree with that. Let's see. So in the Hebrew, it's the word tube, or goodnesses or good things. I will make my good things pass by you. I wonder what it is in the Septuagint. Do we have any smart linguistic scholars in the chat who could tell me what the Septuagint word is in Exodus 33, where it says that I will make my goodness pass before him? Exodus 33:19. Let's see, maybe we could just look it up like this. Is Panos here? Panos could tell me this. Panos was in the audience, but I don't see. Looks like Panos is already going. Does anybody in the chat know what the word is here in Exodus 33:19? I'm not a Greek scholar, so I don't know. I'm not proficient in Greek. Basiliad.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jay. How are you doing?
Good.
So I have two questions for you. Well, first of all, I appreciate all your work. I mean, you really accelerated my learning here. My first question has to do with Christ and the Trinity. So, of course, we believe Christ has two wills. as opposed to the monotheletist position. And in the Trinity, we believe the Trinity has one will. So how do we reconcile that Christ has two wills, but the Trinity has one will?
Because will is a property of nature. And so the Trinity doesn't have three natures. That would be tritheism. It has one nature. So the triad possesses one will. And so if will is a property of nature, Christ has two wills because he has two natures.
Okay. I guess where I'm having a hang-up is that like Christ is a member of the Trinity. So I know that's probably not the best way to word that, but so if
no, it's
Christ
correct.
has, all right, good. So if Christ has two wills and the Trinity has one will, I mean, isn't there a contradiction there?
Wait, what? Say that again?
So sorry, if Christ has two wills and the Trinity has one will, I mean, isn't there a contradiction, or is it just the two wills?
No, it's because
align?
Christ has two natures, right? So you're familiar with the hypostatic union?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the hypostatic union?
Christ is one person that has two natures that are not mixed.
Right, so two natures then means two wills, because just like in the Trinity, will is a property of nature.
Okay. So when Christ is a member of the Trinity, does he still has two natures, right?
A human nature and a divine nature, yeah.
Yeah, so would that not translate to two wills being in the Trinity? Maybe it's like a little too metaphysical for me. Maybe I'm too
No, it's not the whole Trinity that became incarnate. It's the second hypostasis that became incarnate. So the Father and the Spirit did not assume human nature. It's the second person. Listen, it's the second person that became incarnate, not the divine nature that became incarnate. It's the second person of the Trinity with the divine nature. He possesses a divine nature. He became incarnate, not the Father, not the Spirit. So this is the idea. This is the error of thinking that the Trinity became incarnate.
So does the human will carry over into the Trinity, or how does that work?
No, the human will is not possessed by the Holy Spirit and the Father. It's possessed by the Son.
Okay.
Only the Son of God became incarnate, not the Father, not the Spirit. So the human nature is only possessed by the second hypostasis of the Trinity, the Son, who became incarnate. This is why we confess over and over that it was not the Father and it was not the Spirit that became incarnate or died on the cross. The idea that it was the whole triad that died or that the Father died, that's called patripassianism. It's a heresy.
Right. So I guess the proper position would just be the Father has one will and the Holy Spirit has one will and Christ has two wills?
The two wills are will is proper to nature. So he shares and retains the divine will with the Father and with the Holy Spirit. He never loses anything. All he does is add a human nature and a human will. So the human nature and human will do not become properties of the Father and the Holy Spirit. They're only the properties of the Son.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
I'll use the analogy. So it's like the analogy of Athanasius and St. Maximus of putting on a coat. So imagine the second person of the Godhead, the Son, puts on a coat. He didn't cease to be the second person of the Godhead. He just added a new nature. And so now he's two. He's composite, right?
I get it. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That coat analogy actually helped a lot. Is there like a place? I mean, you mentioned Maximus and Athanasius. Is there like a particular letter or?
Actually, I mean, this issue specifically is solidified at the Fifth Ecumenical Council. So I would read the book by Kenneth Vesha called "The Person of Christ in the Theology of Emperor Constantine."
Okay.
Vesha is Wesche.
All right, that's pretty tricky spelling.
And that's
Thanks for spelling that out.
Yeah, and that's not a long book. It's only about 200 pages, but really it's just a restatement of Cyril's position that the only subject present for all the incarnate actions is the second person of the Trinity, and so the humanity that Christ has is assumed. It does not possess its own subjectivity.
I am working my way through the McGuckin book, so.
Oh, perfect! Yeah, that's another one that's good. Yeah.
Okay, so my second question has to do with kind of a totally different gear in general, but so when talking about like to Protestants about their canon list and their lack of normative authority, you make this distinction between like normative authority and epistemic certainty.
Right.
And you say that it kind of does reduce to like, we're both relying on the Holy Spirit. So this one approach is more holistic, and the other one...
That's just the question of individual certitude. It's a totally different question from did Jesus establish a body of people that have the authority to bind people's consciences in history?
Right. So when we say that the ecumenical councils are infallible or binding, I mean, isn't that a claim to epistemic certainty instead of a normative authority?
Well, in some cases, it would relate to both because it's a topic that's pertaining to both issues. So, but I mean, whether you're certain of an ecumenical council is a different question from whether Jesus established a body of people who have the authority to do that. Those are two different questions.
Oh, okay, all right, I see. So I'm conflating two. It's kind of a category error.
It would be a category, but I mean, it's understandable because you can raise topics that pertain to both topics. You could, I mean, an ecumenical council relates to both of those issues, but they're strictly speaking two different questions.
Okay, yeah.
Because for example, I might believe that Jesus established a body of people within history, and I reject your Orthodox ecumenical councils because I'm a Roman Catholic. See, so the body of people that Jesus established is essentially the Pope for me. So do you see what you see what I'm saying? So there's two different questions, but contrary a Protestant, right? Like a Protestant doesn't believe in any body of people being able to bind consciences after the death of the apostles.
Right. So it kind of boils down to taking that coherentist approach in epistemology, it sounds like, where it's more like a battle of worldviews instead of
I don't even know if I would bring in coherentism. I don't think that's really I mean, not really. It's not really related to that. It's just more so a question of like my individual certitude will be connected to things in history, but whether I believe in the Council of Ephesus or whether I believe in the Pope, it's a separate question from did Jesus set up a body of people who have the authority to bind consciences. So when we raise this question, we're not really talking about Roman Catholics. We're mainly talking about Protestants, because it's the Protestant position. It's across the board. All Protestants believe, if you're in any kind of classical Protestant, that no man or council has the authority to bind anyone's conscience after the apostles died. Right. This was a rallying cry of the Protestant reformers. Right. No man can bind my conscience but the Scriptures alone. No pope nor council, right, can bind my conscience.
Yep.
So so what that means, that's equivalent to saying there is no historical normative authority, right? So it's like the Constitution and the Supreme Court. The Constitution is the document, like the Bible. Okay. Well, is there any authoritative body that interprets the document, or is it left up to each individual person? Well, the Orthodox position is analogous to the Supreme Court. There's a group of people who have the authority not just to interpret it, but also to bind consciences and say, if you don't believe what the Creed of Nicaea says, you're outside the church. And Protestants believe that nobody has that authority except the apostles, and they died.
Okay, so the epistemic certainty is more like a personal...
Yes.
And the normative authority is a historical...
Yes.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. You added a few wrinkles to my brain this evening.
No, it's cool. Yeah, so basically, normative authority is like a historic question of, like, did Jesus set up this body of people, like a Supreme Court? And that's related. I mean, you would have to have individual certitude of that position eventually, right? So it relates to individual certitude, but how I get individual certitude is a different question. It's more of a, like you said, a subjective question.
Cool. All right. Thanks so much, Jay. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, those are great questions. I'm trying to think of, like, I mean, I if I was arguing with a Roman Catholic, we don't disagree on the point of whether there are, like a Roman Catholic and Orthodox person agree on just the principle that there is normative authority. We disagree on what the normative authorities are, right? For them, it's the Pope. For us, it's ecumenical councils, tradition, church fathers, etc. But we at least agree with the Roman Catholic that there is a post-apostolic body of people with the ability to bind men's consciences. Of course, we do not believe that it is the Pope, but really the normative authority question is just principally relevant for Protestants. I mean, unless you wanted to get really, really technical and try to argue that, like, the Pope is the first Protestant, which you could make that argument, a la St. Justin Popovich, but anyway. George Washington Barfer, $5. I heard that you and Jamie are going to be doing an SEX movie bot stream. My girlfriend and I just watched the obscure movie Cherry 2000. Bro, it's in my book. I put Cherry 2000 in Esoteric Hollywood too. This movie is about a Coomer who goes up to... Yeah, I'm aware. I did a whole analysis of it, brah. It's in my book. But thank you for that, George Washington Barfer. Pelvis Resley, $10. Aren't we implicitly guilty for not doing enough to oppose whatever the big financial interests and transhumanist overlords are doing to us? I don't know if we're all guilty. I don't know if I'd say that. Guilty for not doing enough. I mean, I don't know what all you've done. Perhaps you've spent your entire life opposing it. I don't know. I mean, I've put a lot of time into opposing it, so I don't know if I've failed at that. That's a difficult question. What is God's purpose for creation? To participate in divine life and to experience divine life itself. Ronin Instruments, $10. What do you think will happen to Lord V? Will Rogan, Tucker, or Elon step in? I have no idea. I mean, they will have an auction, and presumably whoever offers the most money gets it, I guess. But I mean, the worst that situation there is that it really just means that InfoWars ends, and then Owen and Harrison and all of the really cool people that work there will, I guess, start their own media stuff, or, you know, go work for somebody else. Or, I mean, it really just means that all those people are going to find jobs, I guess. It's not really going to hurt Alex per se, because he can always just go do a podcast or go have a podcast under with Tucker. So I don't know, but I mean, I think Alex will be fine. He has a dedicated large audience, and I don't think he's gonna go away. I think he'll always at least have some podcast or something. Derek, $10. Do you have any thoughts on Anatoly Golitsyn? I think that was a CIA op. Anytime you have a defector, they're going to put out what their new masters tell them to put out. So I think the Anatoly Golitsyn stuff is kind of stupid. It's like, it's funny to me that people who get into that are like really into Cold War boomer conspiracy stuff, and it should be obvious that just like Yuri Bezmenov, it's like they defected, so they're putting out obviously what the CIA wants them to put out. I mean, you don't recognize that? Is that not obvious? Now, that doesn't mean that the Soviets are good, and it doesn't mean that the CIA is good. It just means that you've got basically dialectical bullshitters bullshitting at each other back and forth. So I remember the first time I watched the Yuri Bezmenov lectures. This was 2010, 9, and I watched them all. I took a lot of notes because this is really fascinating. And then I was like, I got to get New Lies for Old by Anatoly Golitsyn. And then, but I didn't know anything about the Cold War. I was an idiot. So I think I have a much better enlightened position about all of that nowadays. But New Lies for Old is like obviously CIA propaganda. To me, it's just funny, like looking at it now. Mark Hackard is who had I think one of the classic articles on Galitzin and Yuri. So let me find you that. It never fails though that I get to, every year or two, all of this stuff recirculates and we have to go through all this bullshit again. The same stuff. It's the same thing, by the way, with the Orientals. It's funny because the same things recycle every few years in theology sphere and in conspiracy sphere. So it's like every couple of years, I'm going to have to rehear all the Yuri Bezmenov bullshit and Anatoly Golitsyn stuff. And then I also have to, right now we're having this, because we're doing this series on the Orientals, we have to rehash and rehear all the stuff from 2018, 2019 that they were doing exactly the same stuff, all rehashed again. So.
Yo, can I go?
Yep.
Or?
Yep.
Okay, what's it called? So I just read Seraphim Hamilton's Energies of the Trinity.
Mm-hmm. That's a great article.
Then I also read the Losky on the persons, basically. Not the relations of opposition one yet, but so I guess my question is...
Hold on. Which Losky piece?
Not the relations of opposition, the other one. I think it's called like the procession of the Holy Spirit in Orthodox.
No, that's the one where he talks about relations of opposition.
Or he does, but it's not like called. There's another one that's specifically like called relations of opposition. I don't know.
Okay, I haven't read that. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, but what was I gonna ask? Yeah, so the Seraphim Hamilton one, he's basically saying that. Would you agree that perichoresis is what's going on in the natural energies?
Yeah, the energies, I would say, you could say that they indwell the persons as well, sure.
So
I mean, the love of the Father is in the Son, so that seems logical, yeah.
So then I guess my question is, because I'm kind of coming at it from like a more Thomistic view, which they kind of like blend, I guess, what you would call the natural energies versus the essential processions, right? So what is the difference?
Processions, it refers to the persons, right? Not the energies.
I know, I'm saying in Thomism,
right,
there's not really this distinction between the natural energies and the essential procession. So,
well, hold on. You don't believe that, I mean, a Thomist doesn't believe that persons are attributes, right?
Persons are attributes.
I mean, God's knowledge is not the same thing as the Son.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying. So the Orthodox view is the natural energies is the way is the basically the person's interaction, right?
No, I mean the energies are just any of the energies. So the energies are not the person's interactions. There's a movement of the energy.
Activity.
Say what?
Is it not activity of persons?
Well, no. Energy is proper to nature, just like will is proper to nature. So they're called natural energies because they proceed from the nature. So what about your definitions? I remember it was persons is who is it, or who is doing X thing, and then or energy is what are they doing, and then essence is what it is. Right.
I think that's one of your articles.
Right. The difference is this is the difference between the grounding of the energies versus the mode of the energies. So the mode is hypostatic or personal, but there's not three energies in the Trinity. There's three persons. There's one energy, right? Because energy proceeds or is proper to nature. But the way that the energy is enacted is hypostatic or personal. So there's one energy in the triad uniquely actualized or acted in the mode or the role of the three persons. So, for example, creating the world, there's a unique role of the Father. Creation occurs from the Father, through the Son, and in the Spirit, as Basil says. It's one act uniquely enacted, you could say, or actualized by three hypostases. So this is the distinction between the source or where the nature, where the energy comes from, and the mode of it.
Okay. So it's kind of like in hypothesize almost.
Correct.
Or
Exactly.
Is that a
No, it's
word?
exactly what it.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah. For example,
and then-
the divine nature is in hypostatized in the three persons that possess it, and this is why Palamos calls the energies also in hypostatic. In other words, they exist in the mode of the persons that have them.
Right. Okay. And then my question is, so you reject the idea of persona et relatio, right?
Correct.
So what does it mean to say that, like when you read the Cappadocians, they say things like, which seem very anti-Roman Catholics, which is like, the Father is, basically like the Father is, I think there's some quote from Gregory of Nyssa that's like, standing firm in our convictions or whatever, we assert the uncaused, the cause, or the begotten, and the
Proceeding.
proceeding, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's for Orthodox theology would be what defines, or what is the hypostatic property of the
Yes.
persons, right?
Absolutely.
So then my question is, basically, like, what's the difference between
Relations
the
of
way in
opposition and relations of origin.
Well, not specifically that, no.
Okay.
But the difference between, like, the energies when God the Father shines forth, I don't know, goodness
Mm-hmm.
through the Son and in the Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between that and the procession of the Son in basically,
Yes.
in the divine essence, so to
Yes.
speak?
Well, I don't know if I would say it's in the divine essence that occurs, because procession, for example, is of the Father's nature, just like generation is of the Father's nature. So this is why what you want to read on this is the Florovsky essay Athanasius and the Doctrine of Creation, because he argues from Athanasius, and by extension the Cappadocians and Cyril as well, that this is the important distinction between what things are in God that are proper to the nature and the things that are proper to the energetic movement. So Palamos says, for example, that there's three planes, Plane, that we could speak of in God. He's not saying that there's a literal slicing up or dividing of God, but he's saying that the way that we do theology, we have to distinguish these three planes. The first plane is the movement of the persons in terms of hypostatic origin. So that's the movement that is the generating of the Son and the proceeding of the Spirit from the Father through the Son. So that's the first level of the Trinity that Palamos talks about. The next level that he talks about is the movement of the energies, or what you're talking about with the natural energies. And this is distinct from the persons, and this is another layer to why there has to be this distinction between the movement of the persons and the movement of the energies, because the energies are common to all three. But hypostatic movement or origin is not common to all three. In other words, producing, being the cause is only the property of the Father, so therefore it can't be common. But love is common to all three persons, right? And there's another distinction that's made, the third plane, which is economia, and this is why Palamos says, for example, you have to distinguish between actions of God that relate to a created order and actions of God that are true from all eternity, had there been a created order or not. So, for example, eternal love, eternal glory, God would have always shown forth or manifested divine love in that triadic movement, whether there had been a world or not. But although he always had the power of divine providence, he didn't actualize the power of divine providence until he created a created world over which he was provident. And the reason for that is to avoid what's called the Origenist dilemma, or the error of Origen, who said that all of the energies are identical, and so God always not only possessed the power of providence, but eternally actualized providence, and that's what led Origen to say there's an eternal world over which God's eternally provident. So that led Origen into Platonism and eternal worlds and all that stuff.
Right.
And that's why Palamas is arguing against, and ultimately that goes back to Maximus is the one who, in the Ambigua, is arguing against the Origenist arguments on this. But you can actually find it in that Florovsky essay where he says that really Athanasius was the first to distinguish this, because in theological argumentation, because he was having to argue against the Eunomians and the Arians, who were saying that there is no difference between an energy, a work, and the generating of the sun. And so this is why Eunomius says the sun is a work. He's a product of energy. And Basil says, no, the sun has the same energy as the Father, so he must be equal to the Father and Spirit too.
So, to clarify my question, I guess, hold on. I would have to...
By the way, I want to give you props, because as a Thomist, I'm really proud, and it's very cool that you're actually reading the material and getting it.
Yeah, I just got the Palamas book, so... yeah. Okay, so what was I about to say? So then you would be against the idea of like notional acts, right? In the Trinity. Because the point that
there's some places where Maximus kind of speaks that way, so I was reading
Zalosky, and he was saying, we don't have the same idea of like notional acts, because the activity is like energetic. So, right. But then my question is, how is the begetting of the sun not an act? What is begetting of the sun then?
So I
guess it's a personal property.
Exactly. Right? Well, it's when you read that Florovsky essay, it's actually addressing that very issue, because this is partly what the Arians were arguing, because this is why he makes a distinction between, it's just different senses of the word act. So, for example, when Athanasius is arguing against the Arians, and he says, when the Father's generating the Son, it is not it's not act in the sense of an act of will. It's an eternal generating that is not by will, but we wouldn't conclude from that the Father doesn't will it. It's just not that it's located in the will. There was never an interposition of will or temporality at all. It was always an eternally caused begetting. So it's just a different use of the word act. And so what Athanasius does, what Athanasius does, he says that properly speaking, act is proper to will. And so it's a different type of act, but it's not an act of will. That's what he says.
So what type of act is it? Like what is begetting for Orthodox?
It's just the eternal generating of a son. In fact, that's why Basil says what generating is.
I was thinking maybe relation. Would you say relation is a proper word for it, or?
We do believe in relations, but relations don't tell us even what generating is. Relations tells us, for example, that the Son is the Son of the Father, but we can't reduce a subject to a relation. This is why we don't believe in persona et relatio, because a person is a subject and a relation is a predicate. So you can't reduce a subject to a predicate, basically. That's the argument that Losky makes in that paper. So, and in other places. Yeah. So, Basil says what generation is, we do not know, but that there is a generation, we do know.
Oh, okay. So it's wrong-headed to even ask what generation is.
Yeah, and you'll see Athanasius speak in a similar way in that essay.
So so then what was the Florovsky again?
It's called Athanasius and the Doctrine of Creation.
I wrote it down.
Yeah, Athanasius and the Doctrine of Creation. It's basically just pointing out that there is a proto-essence energy distinction in Athanasius, because he doesn't call it the essence energy distinction. He calls it what's proper to God according to nature, namely the generating the sun, and what's proper to God according to will, namely creating the world and so forth. So the power of creating really is different from generating a sun.
Okay. And then completely left field, yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you. I'll definitely read that. But also I wanted to say, do you completely left field geopolitics thing?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of the connections between Himmler and the German banks at the end of the war? Because there's a good video on it based on your geopolitics stuff.
No, I don't know about that. Wait, is this getting into like Nazi gold and that kind of stuff? I know a little bit about that. Or is this something different?
It's like Dulles, like Alan Dulles and his relation to so it's by Mark Felton, and it's called like Nazi assets saved in global conspiracy. It's like a 20-minute video, and it's pretty interesting connections with like Alan Dulles, CIA.
Yeah, okay, I've heard of some of that, because Dulles was
the Germans at the end of the war.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is where you get into the Galen org, so that I do know about. But does this tie into Reinhard Galen?
I don't know who that is, but I just thought that you would think that was interesting.
Okay, well, I imagine it does, but I think there's a delay, so I'm not trying to be rude to you, but yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Galen org is really important because Reinhard Galen was the most famous of the Nazi spy masters, and so Dulles is the one that's brokering the deal with Galen after the war to take over the Galen spy network. This is partly, obviously, where you get paperclip, but this is also even where we have today's Ukraine. These Ukraine hyper-nationalists and Azov and all that kind of stuff, that dates back to these networks, which British intelligence and the CIA were propping up contra the Soviets. And yeah, so by the way, the founder of German intelligence is Reinhard Galen. Did you know that? Modern German intelligence, the DDR. Who founded the DDR? Oh, Reinhard Galen. I'm not saying that today's German intelligence are probably all Skittles people. It's just funny that the actual origin of it is Mr. Galen. But Mr. Galen also trained the MOSSAD. He and Skorzeny, Otto Skorzeny, trained the MOSSAD. Yep. Times of Israel. Let's see people try to think through this one. A TV show. Well, we got to watch this. I don't know. Doug Lyman is to direct a series about the enlistment of Otto by the MOSSAD. I got to get this book, Ronan Bergman's book, Rise and Kill First. Mossad's partnership with Otto. Did y'all know about? We have a pretty educated audience. Do y'all not know this? I bet most of them don't know this. Anyway, I got to get that book, Rise and Kill First. Anyway, I'm getting pretty tired, and we've gotten down pretty low in terms of numbers. So I think everybody else is getting tired too. So we're down to in the 400s. Let's see. Timothy Collins, $10. How do we stop the rise of soy and orthodoxy? Keep fighting? I mean, there's no easy answer to that. Pray, repent. Atlee Hammond, $10. It is doxe. That's not energy. Singular feminine noun, doxe. Okay, but what's doxe? Isn't that belief? MKG, $5. Jay, I caught a bit of the stream on Iran. I wanted to know if you've seen the PBD podcast Aslan episode. I don't know who that is, no. If not, you would like it. They go over a lot of what you discuss, plus Christian-Muslim debate. Aslan. Who's Aslan? PBD Aslan. By the way, Pajot, Matt mentioned Pajot, and we did a good podcast, by the way, a few years ago, where we got into symbols. A lot of people think of symbols as like not real. Well, what if symbols are reality? And that's a lot of what we talked about in this podcast. So if you didn't ever see the Pajot podcast, it was a good podcast. And I think we are going to the Pajot Peterson event. So we will be at, I think, the ARC event in the UK. And we had other events we want to go to do in the UK as well. So it wasn't just the Peterson event. Obviously, I do want to attend that. A lot of people will be at this event. This here, I think.
We find our
Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, which is Peterson affiliated, I think, sort of think tank, I guess you could say. So it's like anti-transhumanist, pro kind of basic Western values type stuff. Overall basic good stuff. So I think Vivek will be there, Peterson, Pajot. I'm not exactly sure who the other people will be, but we will be at this event in February, I think. But we're also going to do some other UK things. So I think we're going to meet up with some of our UK bros. That's going to be fun. Reza Aslan. I don't know who that is. Reza Aslan. Let's see. He's a slippery fellow. What does that mean? Okay, I'm not familiar with this person.
The future is...
Reza Aslan podcast. American martyr in Persia. Why did Reza leave Iran? Why did Kermit Roosevelt overthrow Mossadegh? Reza explains why he quit believing Christianity. Interesting. Let's see what he says here. Is he Muslim?
Is a great story, right? And when you're 15 and you hear that, you're like, that's a good story. So I fully 100% converted to this very conservative brand of evangelical Christianity, and then spread that story to pretty much everyone I knew until
It's
I
always
was
the
in
evangelicals,
college and
right.
decided I'm going to study this stuff because it's so great. It's so fascinating.
Who was the teacher that messed you up in college? Who was it? I'm actually curious to know who was it, a girlfriend or a teacher?
It was a teacher. Well, I went to a Jesuit university, and it was the
Of course.
Catholics that screwed me up. The Jesuits who were like, "Oh yeah, you believe that stuff?"
Jesuits did it.
Yeah. The Jesuits were sort of the intellectual,
Hardcore,
intellectual priesthood in the Catholic Church.
Talk about Santa Clara.
Yeah, Santa Clara.
Yeah, well, modified Jesuits, but
Yeah. Like liberation theology Jesuits, you know, that that hardcore.
So that's who he sided with. Liberation. I mean, I get it. You know, we all go through periods of doubting stuff, but that's who you went with? Dude, I mean, if I was gonna not believe in religion, it's definitely not going in the direction of liberation theology Jesuits. Like faking grace stuff? Are you kidding me? That's like the last place. He's a board member of the National Iranian American Council. This is probably some CIA thing. Oh, he's the CFR. Well, there you go. Adjunct senior fellow of the CFR. So he went from liberation theology Jesuits, that's all CIA stuff, to CFR. He was born a 12er Shia Muslim. Oh, that's weird. Then he became an evangelical. And then back to Islam. Now, wait a minute. So, Christianity's crazy, but Islam's not? Are you kidding? Well, but he went to Harvard, so, I mean, he's got super smart. Obviously, he knows. What's up with all the Harvard Iranian people? I'm not knocking Dr. Khalil. It's just interesting that Harvard has quite a bit of... Isn't Syed Hossein Nasser also a Harvard person? Well, now he's not a Muslim. Islam is a man-made institution. So, I don't know, it seems like he's all over the place. He argues for a liberal interpretation of Islam. So is this just some, like, he's just like a standard shit lib? Like, wow, like, you know what I mean? Like, don't we have like a million of these? Anyway, but yes, that is correct about the all the CIA BP overthrow of Iran stuff is all true. Now let's see. Isn't he also a Harvard person? Yeah, well, he is a Harvard. He's a Harvard man too, and of course he, interestingly, is the editor for the Study Quran. Was also, I believe, close for a time. Was close to the Mariamir cult. What's his name? Fritov Shuon. Frito, Capricorn, Fritov, Shuon. I have a couple like Shuon books, and I've read some Shuon essays. I had no idea his actual cult got as crazy as it did. Where he's seeing the Virgin Mary, and then he believes that she's telling him to be nude all the time. So basically, Mary tells him to be a sex cult. Oh, I forgot to mention this. If I'm going to follow Marian visions, should I follow the Marian visions of Fritov Shuon, who told him to be nude all the time and basically touch butts? I mean, is that like, well, it's Mary. Mary wouldn't lie, right? Didn't Mary appeared to Fritov Shuon and said to do that? Yeah, so Nasser wrote the foreword to, what is this, biography? Life and Teachings of Shuon, forward by Syed Hossein Nasser. By the way, Nasser is, guess who, do y'all remember? Who was Nasser's BFF? Quiz question, who's been listening to my podcast? Who was Nasser's best friend? People in the chat. And this, by the way, is the establishment sort of higher level academic intelligence type stuff that links perennialism to these kind of Ivy League schools. Anybody in the chat? Who was Nasser BFF with? I talked about it not too long ago. Who remembers? Not the hidden imam. The hidden imam, by the way, I guess Friedhof Schuon would be a good contender because Friedhof Schuon claimed to be initiated in Egypt by the secret Sufi orders. If you didn't know this, there's secret Sufi orders that have initiations that they do. That's that old dude in Raiders of the Lost Ark, by the way. Do you remember when Indy goes to the weird Sufi dude? Yes. Interesting. That even made its way into Indiana Jones. Is the chat behind? Who? Quiz question. Who was S.H. Nasser's BFF? Very important person. This chat must be behind because people are still talking about Fritos. It's not Frito-Lay. This is like above CIA even. So the answer is Kissinger. So the chat's too slow. Nobody's going to get it. So it's not the Shah. No, there is. I guarantee you there is some interesting background stuff going on here with Ayatollahs, though, because bad dates. Because the CIA, when they saw that the Shah wasn't going to work, and British intelligence, I think at that point they were like, all right, we're going to have to go probably with one of these Ayatollahs, so we're going to try to, cultivate relationship and support with the Ayatollahs. Kissinger. Yes, correct. Kissinger. So that's an odd coupling there, these two. Thought maybe we'd get a picture of them. But here he is giving a talk at Georgetown. Georgetown, Jesuit, right? CIA University, of course. Sure.
The surface of the earth, this area of the world seems to be very barren. If you look under the sea, one of the richest ecological sites of the world is to be found just a few miles from here under the water.
Anyway, I believe he is an initiate, isn't he? I think of these Sufi things. Like, I think he was at one time initiated, I believe, in the Mariamir Sufi order. I forget how to spell this. It's a crazy word. This is it. The Mariamia is the name for Schuon's cult, Sufi cult, basically. Is a Sufi order founded by Sheikh Friedhof Schuon. Is a branch of the blah 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 order from Europe. Founded in 1907 by Schuon in Basel, Switzerland. Now, you think, oh, well, that's cool. No, this guy's a total kook, dude. This guy's crazy. So he has a... Schuon reported in 1965 that he began to experience a series of visions from Mary, or in Arabic, Maryam, mother of Jesus. The influence of these experiences can be seen in his Arabic poetry and subsequently in his written works. He considered her to be his spiritual protectress. He added the name Mariamia to the denomination of his order. For him, the Virgin Mother is common to Islam and Christianity. So it's like Sufi, like syncretism and ecumenism, right? And then he gets into like Native American spirituality, sun dances, powwows. I mean, this gets really crazy. But this isn't talking about him running around naked all the time. So I think he becomes a nudist. But hey, Mary told him. So Roman Catholics, you guys ain't no reason why y'all could have a problem with this, right? Anyway, everybody, I'm worn out.